the good shit.
I don't want to necessarily talk to the world about that.
Okay,
So-
well,
Put something in the microwave. I'm coming.
Ben's like, hold on, I'm coming. I'm microwaving.
I'm making
I
food.
need
Okay.
more food.
I'm back.
food, yum, food.
Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you all for coming by. If you're all brained out and you just want silliness, Susan, let me know. I'll give you a link. And that goes for anybody in the chat if you guys want to come in. Actually, I'll just throw it in there.
Yay.
You guys are welcome to come in.
Susan.
So, I was talking about doing like a trans stream like once every couple weeks, and here we are with kind of looks like I've already jumped into it. Oh, how is everybody? How you doing, Jenny? Besides the broke down car situation.
Oh, just fucking ducky.
Just ducky. How are you, Lady Di?
Muchanye.
That's
which is what Russian cows say, by the way.
Do they?
Yes.
Do they? I didn't know there was
It's moo in Russian, yes.
So the cows in different areas have their own mooing.
Most of you probably already know about me and moo. What can I tell you? It's I get work. I really do.
As much as you use that, I'm surprised you don't wear moo-moos. Dun-dun-dun.
That's true.
I'm surprised you don't have. I'm surprised you don't have horns and somebody under you milking you.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's not going to get too far. Let me tell you.
Oh, that's
Susan,
a good quick turn.
Susan, I'm brained out as well, but I'm here, so you should also be here.
Yeah.
Also, this is okay. We can celebrate something today. I am officially 2 months on T today.
Oh, yay!
It's so fun.
I love you, but I hate you.
I know. It's okay because I hate you because you already like pass as a guy.
I'm sorry, dude.
I just
It's fine. We can both be jealous of each other. It's great.
You guys should see me when somebody tries to put makeup on me. It's ridiculous.
I just don't understand what you like that tea shit. Ugh.
I don't understand why you all like that E shit. So
yeah, ew.
It makes you cry like all the time. Who wants to do that?
I know. I can't wait to be more numb and more privileged. It's exciting.
Oh, the privilege is nice.
Oh,
the
Diana
white
wasn't
male
here
privilege
when I
is
was
fantastic.
Diana wasn't here when I was saying that I want the reason I was being trans is so I could have the male white privilege because I was sick of being the minority.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, one of the things that my ex would always throw at me is that no matter what I would do, I would always have the male privilege because I used to endure testosterone poisoning. And I don't know, in a way, she's right, even though she's full of shit. But that's another story entirely. It's great how you have the privilege and you don't all at the same time. Even when I was trying to do the guy thing, they would always tell me I had the male privilege, but I never saw it because there were other things that were taking that privilege away from me. Which is why I look at these things in terms of exclusion rather than privilege. But that's just me being weird. What are you going to do? Oh, what do we have over here? Hi, Ox. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Santi. Yay.
We got Sandy. We got Cynthia in the chat.
Robbie.
Microwave is calling me. I'll be right back.
Hi, chat.
Susan, who doesn't want to come in. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
It's not. Just so you guys know, it's not really an all trans stream. It just looks like that right now. You guys are welcome to come up.
Yeah, we'll talk about how you're going to transition.
Well, first, I would like to start taking tea. That would be great.
Not you.
I don't have to do anything about my clothing because I only have guy stuff anyway.
Not
so
you.
that's convenient. I don't have to change my wardrobe.
I was talking about.
Well, wait. Give me a minute here. I'll be right back.
We'll ask them about their transition.
Asking who about it?
Never mind.
Well, I couldn't hear you over her. She's talking.
I was saying that I was referring to the chat people who would like to come in, we will talk about their transition.
Oh, yeah, there
Alright.
you go.
But
You-
isn't that Phoebe's thing? We can't steal Phoebe's thing.
You want tea? Okay.
No,
Here.
ours will
I
be-
want tea.
Ours will be a planning docket, not a what happened docket.
Yeah, we're going to plan for the future, not talk about what
Okay.
already happened.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Although I did tell Phoebe I would come back in a couple months, and I think Ben's going to do the same thing and do update
Yeah, that'd be good.
stuff with her.
All right.
I told her
Sounds
I would
good.
do that. Yeah. I think that'll be
But the
fun so
fun
everybody can
thing-
see where we're at. Wait a minute. Damn, outnumbered by women, Ben.
I need to get Five Guys.
Five Guys, burgers and fries.
The other day when I was just like, fuck, I'm cranky. And you're like, Five Guys? I'm
That's
still
crap.
like, don't do that to me, man.
Astro's
Don't do
in
that to
the
me.
Cynthia said I'd like to transition from a social worker's salary to an Amazon CEO's salary.
That'd be
That
fun.
would be
Wouldn't we all, honey? Wouldn't we all?
Oh, yeah.
But I did want to say something about the privilege thing that we were talking about because that was an interesting
yeah.
conversation.
By all means.
So the fun thing about being a trans guy is that a certain group of people, the transphobes, love to lump you in with still being a woman, even though you are a man. And so no matter what, you're still lumped into this women's group. And it's really annoying. And it sucks a lot. Just like it's like there's something so privileged about like being assigned male at birth that no matter like if you have been tainted even a little bit with like being associated with being a woman, you are forever in this woman box. And like you cannot, no matter how hard you try, it does not matter how much you look like a man, how much you act like a man. None of it matters because you still fit the woman's box.
Yeah.
And it is really stupid.
And it is really irritating.
It's so irritating. And I will never
It's
like
so
that is something that will never leave us for the rest of our lives. Like we will always be in the women's box. We will never quite fit into the man's box. Even though like we can totally transition, whatever a full transition even means, because no two people's transitions are the same. So we got to stop like calling it like a full transition.
Ben, that's no different than our side of the fence too.
Oh, yeah, sure.
The same shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's
yeah,
the thing. Here's the thing I don't get about transphobes. Ready? This is one of the things I don't get. Why do they think any man would want to become a woman and lose rights and get treated poorly because they're not really a woman? Who the fuck would do that to themselves?
I ask myself the same damn thing, and I start.
Yeah, see, that's my point. Is everybody feels how they feel, and gender and hormones are two different fucking things, and how you feel it doesn't fucking matter. And people want to say that, oh well, you're just doing this. No, it's not a just. It's changing your whole fucking life.
Oh yeah,
and in some respects, losing privileges, and that goes for everybody. You know,
and the thing I do is I also ask myself, but could you have lived with yourself had you not begun your transition? And when I sit here and I think about it, the answer is always no.
Mm-hmm. Yep, same.
And that's what I
to
think
do
a lot of
this.
sorry. That's what I think a lot of transphobes don't understand is that they don't understand that like just being who you are and being true to yourself means that you have an increased quality of life. And why would we not want people to and have increased quality of life? Like that's what I don't understand.
Because we're not Bible thumpers, so we can all just no, I don't know.
Well, no,
I
you've
shouldn't
got
say
a
that.
point.
Not all Christians think that, but
Hashtag not all Christians.
You don't have this idea with life, Susan. You're trading troubles. You're
you are.
off this set of troubles and taking on a new set of troubles.
That's true. When I use the term quality of life, I mean that you are being more true to yourself and you're not forcing yourself to go through something that could ultimately, just end up with unhappiness or worse.
Yeah.
Well, if I hadn't
Yeah.
transitioned, I would have killed myself. There's no doubt about that.
And Astra's
So from that perspective, you're absolutely correct. But
Yeah. I'm glad you're still here.
things,
Same.
yeah, well, we'll see.
with Astra's comment, it's wild how like people's perception of your gender influences like the respect you get in STEM and in healthcare, because like every female medical student, physician has been referred to as a nurse and has basically had patients like not listen to them. Like we had one attending last week who she was on like day 7 out of 8 working, and she had like 4 patients in one day that just refused to listen to her. Most likely because she's a woman and she's a younger, like she looks younger. And she's so people just assume she doesn't know what she's talking about. Whereas since I've transitioned, like I'm being perceived more to be male, and the amount of trust I get right off the bat from somebody is astounding. Like just walking in the room, automatically having the respect of some old white guy that doesn't know any different. Like I'm a student. Why are you that trusting of me? Like I don't know anything. But I'm a white man. I'm a white man in a white coat.
Yep, you walked
And
in
I
with a
get
penis
respect
in your
for that.
pants. Yep.
My friend is a white woman in a white coat.
Mhm.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you get the doctor? There's just that one little difference, like, is astounding.
Yeah.
And it's even worse for my friends who are people of color and are medical students. They're getting all the disrespect from all different directions.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though. I was in hospital in June for kidney failure. I have never before been so consistently misgendered as I was at that hospital. It was amazing, and I don't get how that works. Is there a is there a misgendering culture, or do I just look that much like a guy, for Christ's sake? I know I sound like one. You know, there's nothing I can do about that. But
I think so many people just don't seem to give a shit about other people's, like, their identity or their personality. Their purview, their immediate purview is all they care about.
okay.
Like what is in their little bubble is all they care about. And if they don't seem to give a shit about if something harms someone else, you know, regardless of the level of harm, or if, you know, because we always hear people going, LOL, triggered snowflake and shit like that. And it's just all like, I mean,
LOL.
no, like you don't understand A, the you know, the meaning of the phrase, and B, you don't understand what it's like to like have empathy for other people if you're using that phrase.
Yeah,
Empathy. What's that?
Holy
Yeesh.
shit, this is a novel concept, right?
Yeah, and the darn thing, I could understand it more were these people to have known me, 30 years ago. But they never saw Edward.
Mhm.
They had no idea. Maybe it was on my chart somewhere that I'm a transy or something. But they only knew Diana, and still it was all he and him. And one of the people at the dialysis center still drops into that, and it's like, hold up.
Yeah, honestly,
don't
like
know.
honestly, I would often prefer to have a female doctor a lot of the time, simply because, and like that includes trans women, that includes also a non-binary doctor, a trans man doctor, anyone who's like in a minority. I would love to have be my doctor, simply because they've been written off so many times, and they will probably not write you off. Like they will actually listen to you. Like I understand that people will not take you seriously. I'm going to take you seriously. So like for that reason, I would choose a minority over a cishet white man, because they just often don't get it, and it's not their fault a lot of the time. They just don't think about it in the same way, because they've never been written off for being too hysterical to be taken seriously.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. All my doctors are women. All the nurses I dealt with, or PAs, or any of the other classifications, they were all women. I don't get how that swung, but what the heck? You learn something new every day, and I learned something over that 5 days that I was
Cynthia's
at
got a really good
UNC
point, too.
East. What do we have?
Another reason is that they probably worked harder to get in that position. Absolutely.
It's true.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
they did.
Yeah.
Not possibly. I'm sure they did.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
used to
they
bust
did.
my ass when I was working the man's world all the time to prove that I could do it better than them. And just to prove that I could do it as well as them, I had to bust my ass. But I always tried to outshine them all because fuck them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like you have to.
But you have to. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
at
didn't gain
such a
respect from
level.
any of them until I busted my ass and did it better than them and learned more than they did.
Exactly.
And then it was still on the borderline of no respect.
yeah.
Mm.
And that's so infuriating. Like, and the fact that people use like respect in such different ways kind of drives me bonkers, because the way that I and a lot of people I know use the term respect is to treat me like I am a human being. And the way that a lot of, cishet white dudes use the term respect is treat me like I'm an authority. Well, motherfucker, I don't know anything about you. Why should I have respect for you in that sense? Like, I can respect the position that you're in, but you as a person still have to prove to me that you're like worthy of the respect that you seek. I'll still treat you like a person, fine.
Right.
Like, I'm not gonna degrade you and shit, and that's the difference between, not to do the whole us versus them thing, but the difference between us and them. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'm telling y'all a lot that y'all don't have to be told.
No,
Mm.
it's fine. You're allowed
I
to.
don't-
You're
I
allowed to
don't mean
voice
to.
your mind. Randy, I want to say I don't call it a crack. I call it a crevice.
There you
Saying.
Oh
go.
my god.
Right.
I'm a little
You are
different
so
than the people I have a
good.
crevice.
Yeah.
I have an ass crevice. No, I
There
don't
you
know.
go.
I just made that up.
That just sounds
Gross.
way worse, though.
It
And
does.
a
Oh,
bit.
wait a minute. I gotta say it. Respect my authority.
Ass
Exactly.
crevice. I
Yes,
cannot
for
get
all
that
my
out. I'm never gonna get over that. Never.
It doesn't make any sense, does it? It's absolutely stupid.
Yeah. It really is.
It's absolutely stupid how much women are pushed aside with what they've done for our technology and everything we have going on today.
Oh,
So-
absolutely.
But
Yeah.
but I, as a cishet white man, can't possibly have privilege, because this one time
camp?
a woman told me that I was being sexist. So I'm oppressed. All I said
Yeah.
all I said was that women are meant to create men.
You know
And
what? We don't put up with that here, sir.
Oops.
Okay, disclaimer. That's what someone commented on my channel.
I saw that. I was
Yeah.
like, oh my god, how
You know what? I want to say something real quick on a serious note. So there's a native TikToker I follow. She was standing up for black women, and someone messaged her, "Why do you stand up for black rights? You're native. You're not black." And she stitched it with a black creator on TikTok. This lady is amazing and she's intelligent. She's an advocate. She's great. And all I could think was, why wouldn't you?
There you go.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
First of all, it doesn't matter what color you are at all. That has nothing to do with it. And what sex or gender you are, that has nothing to do with it. None of those things have anything to do with it. What it's a matter of is women do not have the rights that they should have. Minority women have even less. And then that minority woman even has less. And then and here we go. And it's fucking ridiculous. Everybody should stand up for it.
Mhm.
I still go on TikTok and support all those people. And I stitch their stuff and go like, look at this to get the word spread more. I don't have to be a woman to do that.
everybody needs to stand by everyone, and unfortunately, so many people find reasons to not do that, or even worse, to oppose. And it's why we are where we are now. And okay, I'm going to get political here for about 4 seconds, and you can tell me to shut the hell up. This is what's happening when the far right is doing what they are doing to everyone else, getting them worried about what am I going to lose? And I'm looking around at everyone else. What are you going to be taking from me? And they're getting everybody fighting everybody else, and that's how they win. You got to get this straight, kids. We need to stick together, and I'll start up my new series in a couple of days, and I'll sit and blow the 8 on air about this, and I'll quit over here. How's that sound?
Oh, you're fine.
I mean,
You're
you're
fine.
exactly right, though. You're entirely right. The alt-white has turned into, just 2 or 3 issues, and that's all they vote on, and that's what they unite over.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's about fear tactics, and scare tactics, and fear mongering. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Because, oh my God, the awful trans people are going to go into bathrooms and assault your children and da-da-da-da-da. And it's just all like, motherfucker, no.
Read the
that's not how that
statistics. It's
works.
usually straight white fucking men that don't even identify as gay or anything else. They consider themselves straight.
right.
Yeah.
Somebody read the fucking statistics, people.
Right. And
It's
like,
like
if
saying I
you-
don't want a trans person to rape me. Do you really think trans people are going to go around raping people? Look at the statistics.
Exactly.
If you
Exactly.
want to find somebody who is least likely to do something nefarious, look at the person everybody's already accusing without any of it happening.
Hmm.
Yeah, look at those of us who are getting the scrutiny, even though we have done nothing wrong. We are certainly not going to do anything wrong because we're under all those eyes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're not going to run the risk of quote unquote proving someone right. You know what I mean? Like it's, and I just don't, it's a tactic I mean, I understand why they do it, but I can't wrap my brain around the mental gymnastics that someone has to do in order to say that kind of thing.
Well, saying it is easy. What really gets to me is how people eat it up so well. But I know why they do. It's that whole lizard brain thing going on. Emotion rules over reason every time.
That.
What do we have here?
Politicians tell their constituents the left is after the right. Both sides buy into the us versus them. Nothing will change as long as they keep pitting us against one another. That's exactly what I keep saying. Thank you, Maya.
Yeah.
That's why. Why do you think
Yeah,
they want us
exactly.
divided? Why do you think they want black and white people hating each other? Why do you think they want straight and gay or whatever people hating each other? If we all got together, they'd be fucked. And they fucking know it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's the thing with rights and equal rights. Rights are not like pie. If there's more for other people, that does not mean that there are fewer for you.
It can actually be like the TARDIS. If one has more rights, then all might have more rights. More on the inside than the outside.
Well, those fucking old white dudes, we don't want to give them rights. Take away from mine. What? It makes your dick feel smaller? That's what it's about. They're worried about money and power. That's all they fucking care about. Ow!
Yeah, oh my.
So
Please
what
don't
have you been
damage
eating,
yourself.
Ben? Cynthia
what are
wants
you
to know.
Legit. Okay. So they're like cup noodles, but they have these stir fries now. and I'm poor.
That's fancy.
So I bought
And I'm
them.
poor.
Wait a minute. You add water to a stir fry, or is this add something else?
You guys add water, you put it in the microwave. It's pretty decent. This one's kind of spicy. I like it.
I'm going to have to try one of those because I don't understand how you get a stir fry out of that. But hey,
Very carefully.
yeah, okay, hell, I like that. Oh man, don't mind me. I'm just making a macaroni salad, even though I'm not supposed to be.
I just want to leave power to the people up there.
You
I'm
get
behind you,
stir fry.
Cynthia.
You don't get stir fry.
Yeah.
You get something they call stir fry. It's all a lie.
Oh my, Cynthia, that makes me think of one of the songs that I knew from years and years and years ago. Power to the people, right on.
College food upgraded, yes.
Yeah,
people-
okay.
People who come to any stream that I'm on knows that I eat in every stream that I'm on. Because I'm going through puberty in real time.
There you are. And I'll bet you this is the only time you have to eat, right? I mean, you're running your arse off the rest of the day and whatever.
I mean, the
else.
hospital usually feeds us, but they didn't today because it was a holiday. So therefore, we don't need to feed anyone that's working at the hospital on the holiday.
Of course not. Of course not.
And let me guess, they save money on the food bill by feeding you the tumors they removed from cancer patients, right?
Nom, 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 nom.
Randy said it's more of a stir than a fry, and then Ryan said he's eating every single stream.
Yeah, you're not
This
even
was
wrong.
full
It's the
earlier.
testosterone.
Just
Diane,
saying.
They
do
should
make
feed
those
us more on a
stuff?
holiday. They really should.
Yeah, y'all are like,
They
They're
feed
on
the
a
patients on a holiday.
Yeah, they
Like,
get
we
like
gotta be
fancy
there, too.
turkey and shit. Are you Brad Pitt? Oh my goodness.
Dish to
I'm
the
scared
Yes,
of
I
that
am,
part.
thank you.
I don't want to go through puberty and want to eat. I'm already chubby.
Yeah, no, I probably
You gotta
gained some.
have to
I've
smoke
not
a
weighed
lot of
myself.
pot.
I've not weighed myself since I started tea because I feel like that's not going to put me in a healthy mindset. So
My kid said, "Damn, it's like all I want to do is fucking sleep right now."
All right.
Once he got to like that 3 to 4 month mark on tea, he's like, "That's all I want to do. I want to just
yeah, I
fucking
just want to
sleep."
sleep and eat, and I'm horny all the time. But I also have to get up at 4 in the morning to go to the hospital now.
I wonder how much I'll be sleeping then. Like last night, I slept like 9.5 hours. Friday night, I slept like 10.5, 11 hours. If it makes me sleep more, because I'm so comfy in my tiny home, I sleep like a fucking brick.
Yeah,
My
I
family
wonder how
barbecued,
much of
I
my
mean,
sleepiness is due to the testosterone and how much is due to like my unpredictable life and stress. Because I mean, I don't know.
probably a good combination. Jenny, yes.
Ben, you say you've been on T now for 2 months, and you just said moments ago that you're horny all the time. Is that because of the tea?
I'm horny all the time because of the tea. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got to remember, Jenny, that testosterone is responsible for libido in both
No, I
sexes.
understand that. It was one of the worst things that I thought about it. I hated that feeling. I hated that feeling.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you, as far as I went, I'm not sure which one had more of an influence. The aging or the anti-androgen. But I went on HRT and my libido went right through the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really weird how it changes. Because even just like how my sexual function works now, like even just with the hormone change, is pretty drastic. Like with estrogen and not a lot of testosterone, it's like low and slow. Like it takes a lot longer to climax, and you can go a lot longer, but it's like the peak is not as strong. Whereas like on testosterone, it's like it's really short, really fast, and really strong.
Now that's interesting because one of the things
is
I
interesting.
noticed, personally, I had the longer buildup, but the peak of the orgasm with me is much stronger on estrogen and the anti-androgen than it ever
Interesting.
was as trying to do the guy thing.
See, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And it took me by surprise, basically. I was expecting the longer buildup, etc., but the very, very high peak I didn't expect. And it was, I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong, but there it is. Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is how your body's supposed to work. Your body
might
is
have to
running
be
that
something to
estrogen.
do with you didn't have the right amount of hormone for you in your body. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, very well could be. Could be. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, it's Jenny. She makes random clicking sounds. She's like a little cricket, if you will. Grasshopper. Click, click, click.
I apologize. I can't afford Wi-Fi, and so all I have is the phone connection.
I know.
That's all I got. I can leave. That's not a problem.
No, don't leave. Don't do that shit. Kick your ass.
I would say I'd help, but I'm useless. In that.
Well, none of us are useless. We all have our strengths and weaknesses.
Except me, I'm just a med student because
Oh,
apparently,
shut
no,
Just
like
a
in
med
the
Over here,
hierarchy.
50 with no education. Fuck you, Ben.
No, the hierarchy of medicine, like med students are made to be shat on. Like that is what I'm learning. It's like because you have your attending, you got your senior residents, you got your interns, and you got the med students. Med students are there to be shat on.
Now
And
you
if
know
you don't-
why.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And if you don't have med students, the interns are the ones to be shat on. So it's like whoever's the bottom gets shat on, and that's just how it is. And it's toxic, but like people do what they had done to them, and they have no desire to change it for the next generation.
Yeah.
So
They
they
don't want to break the cycle.
they don't. So yeah,
Sort of like West Point, I guess.
yeah.
Or the. I'm trying
Like
to
we
remember
have to
what
make
the-
your life hell because you're stupid and we don't like you.
Uh-huh.
Like, great, thanks.
Well, it's just like the military. They're just trying to get you guys ready and toughen you up. It's just different situations you're getting ready for.
Yeah, although there is a point where this is toxic, and like there's
Oh,
a
yeah,
point,
I'm sure.
like today it's like because I want feedback for things that I'm actually like doing wrong, but doing one thing because one attending likes it and then getting yelled at because this current attending doesn't like what I'm doing that the other attending likes, like it's just that's not how you give constructive feedback. Like just because you want something, like you have to make your expectations clear if you want something different, but you can't just expect people to know what you want and then yell at them when they don't do it your way. Like that's toxic.
Yes, Maya, we do need more doctors like Ben that realize that it depends on who you are and not the color of your skin. Right. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, maybe don't perpetuate this toxic cycle for the next round of med students.
Right.
Like people
Me
are
too,
so
Seraphim. Me
afraid.
too.
People are so afraid to like break those sort of cycles and break those bad habits because they don't know, like either they don't know what to do, which I understand, like trying to call out, toxicity, but being like, I don't know what to do. I just know this is toxic. Like I get that because I've been there plenty.
Yeah,
But I think
can't
if
do much
there's
about it.
like if there's collaboration, then
Touch my pearls.
if there's collaboration, then you can like figure out what's the best way to go about it so that you're actually supporting people and giving them the constructive criticism like you were just talking about. Like,
Because my attendings last week, I had two different attendings because I was kind of rotating between the clinic and the hospital. Both attendings I had last week were amazing teachers, like absolutely amazing, and I want them back.
Right. Well, you're gonna
Well,
go
it's
through a
back.
wave. It's like Cynthia said, just bide your time.
yeah,
And make sure that I don't become one of the toxic people in that.
Right.
right.
Well, I feel like it's kind of like It's just another part of toxic male
It is,
masculinity shit. That's all it really is. Everybody just wants to prove that they're better than the guy beneath them.
Mhm.
They're so afraid that they're going to be like a 20-year doc and a new one's going to come up and know something they don't know.
Yeah.
You know,
But
they
isn't that
want to
the
hold
point?
that power stature, and it's fucking stupid.
But isn't that the point, that the next generation is going to learn more because we as a society are learning more? And we as a
Right.
field are learning more?
And continuing
We
education
should.
is not the same as going through medical school with the current shit. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to hear about what Holy Spackle has to say about that last conversation that you had with that one guy.
Oh, the guy that
Over
said he
at
couldn't
Mathfigs?
sin? That guy?
That I caught a little bit of that stream. My goodness.
So when I talk to folks like that, I put on my theology hat, right? And so I'm looking for some sort of internal consistency within his worldview. And then I'm trying to figure out, like, how is he living this out, right? And so the reason why I asked, like, with this sinless perfectionism, that's what it is. That's what he's saying. Like, he's not giving you the title of it, but that's what it is. It's that I have been made perfect. I do not sin, and it's all reconciled, it's all good. And when I ask him, like, how does this live this out, like, when you step on someone's toes in your personal life, are you apologizing? The answer is no, unless it makes them feel better. Like, he doesn't think he's capable of doing something wrong, because wrong and right are useless. But then he uses the term sin, which has to then, in theory, incorporate objective morality, because to sin is to miss the mark. That's the word that's used, right? It's an archery term. And so, like, it suggests that you believe in objective morality. So then, like, he's saying that he's incapable of doing that now that he has Jesus. And it terrifies me, because, like, when I look at it and go, how is this guy going to live his life out? Well, it sounds like he's just a narcissist that has a Bible and thinks that he's incapable of doing anything wrong, and because Jesus, like, it's just I don't know.
Well, it's not even just that. Like, some Christians will say, well, we don't do anything wrong because we're Christians, and therefore we're not sinning. He says, I can go kill somebody and I haven't sinned. That's fucking dangerous.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Dangerous.
Yeah, I
It's
caught the last little
narcissism.
bit of it. It is.
Yeah,
It's
he literally
exactly what
thinks
it
that. He
is.
thinks he can do whatever. He can steal, he can rape, doesn't matter. He didn't sin
Well, what's
because he is a
terrifying-
child of God.
Well, it's terrifying too, is like, okay, so there's that, right? So he could do whatever he wants, and there's nothing to, like, hold him back, right? Like, and the other,
Repercussions, yeah.
I mean, the other thing that we're accustomed to with the theology of sin, I'll say theology, like, whatever that looks like, is the Catholic guilt and the I'm such a bad person, the self-flagellation side of it. But this is another flip side of, like, I can do no wrong, which actually I think is more frightening.
Yeah, it's like the opposite end of it. Like, if it's the other end of the extreme, and it's like, isn't that like something that Jesus said, or something that someone said, like, every man falls short of the glory of God, or something like that? Like,
It says that in First John, it says, if you deny that you have sinned, then you aren't a believer. But, like, he wiped that one away. If the verse doesn't agree with his theology, as many Christians do, they just throw it out. Like, they're
Yeah, he's cherry
that's not a
picking.
thing.
he's entirely cherry picking like every single bit of.
And
his
then he
religion.
says, and everything that he said was a tautology, which was, I believe God is good because God said he's good. I believe the Bible is true because the Bible says it's true.
Yeah,
Like,
it's all circular.
it's like I think Fabio said it best. He grabbed onto I can never say the word, the dilemma, the three-horn dilemma. I can never say the name of it, but
I have no idea.
But there's these horns that you have to wrestle with, and you usually go, well, God's nature's good, and you kind of move it in a certain direction. He just grabbed one of the horns and just hung on. It was just like, God is good because God is good, and I'm okay with that, and I'm just going to hang on to that for dear life. And Fabio pointed that out, and I was like, yep, I can't say that word, Mathfig, but yes, that one.
Your Theopia? Your Theopa?
dilemma?
Your Theopa.
I can't say it either.
Your Theopa. I can never say. I'm really bad sometimes.
Probably your Theopa. You're probably
I can
right.
read, and then pronouncing things is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
Yes, Maya, you can always find Jesus in prison. He's there every single jail cell, every prison in the entire
Ooh.
fucking world.
Easy
Oh,
little
my
one.
Jesus,
goodness.
he knows me and he knows I'm right.
Oh
Okay.
my! Yeah.
That's what it boiled down to with that guy.
Well, see,
What
that's
do
the
you
reason.
mean?
That's one of the reasons I like. Well, there's a couple of reasons why I like my brother's interpretation. Well, because it's interesting, really, is what it is. But my brother says that the Bible was written for Jesus and not anybody else. So these people that are walking around thinking it's for them are the reason they think that they're better than everybody else. And he's like, they're wrong. And I said, well, I know they're not better than anybody else, so that makes more sense to me than anything that has ever said about the Bible, because that would make more sense than all these fuckers walking around barring saying that the Bible's real and God's real and all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means that damn, what was I saying? Don't you hate when you do that? Whew, ADD'd, I'm sorry.
I have
My brain just went in 10 different directions.
I have massive respect for Richard's nature, like the nature of Richard and every interaction I've had. Like I have massive respect for him. I run into things that Richard says, and I go, I don't know what I think of this. And
Yeah, I know.
some of
That's
it
most of the
is
things he says to me.
some of it is my understanding of some of the root words, and some of it is like I've been so deep in theology and Christendom in so many different directions that it's really hard to then sort of break out of that and say, let's pretend like I have none of these building blocks and kind of like, just read.
Yes, and that's what you have to do with him. That is absolutely correct. And that's
it's
why
hard.
people have trouble talking to him, because you literally have to ignore everything that you were taught before and truly listen open. And it took me a while to do it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I talked to him for almost 2 years. And then one day we were standing over here at the casita and he said something and I went, and he looked at me and he goes, you get it now, don't you? And I was like, I know what you're fucking saying now. Like it just smacked me like a big fist right in the face, like boom, just punched me. And I realized what he was saying. Now, I don't believe what he's saying. And I think that some of it's really far-fetched and some of it is kind of far-fetched and some of it might be plausible and some of it sounds good to me if it is, which is a very small percentage of all that. But no, you have to think totally differently. And honestly, most people that talk to him cannot do it. There's only been like maybe 10 people so far he's talked to that have really like figured out what the hell he's saying.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm trying to be careful of like what state I am in my head when I talk to him, because I know that it's very easy for me to put a flak wall up and be like, no, this,
Oh yeah, no, it's hard for me too with my viewpoints and me standing over here pretty much like agnostic atheist or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't even care about taking the time to dig into it further to figure it out. I just don't know that there's not some fucking white dude floating up on the clouds. But anyways, so it was hard for me to not instantly say, nope, atheism. Like that's what I wanted to do. Like, no, I don't believe you because I'm atheist.
Yeah.
And I had to like sit there and get myself to listen. And it was hard. At first, I really wanted to go, oh, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? But then when I realized he was saying things differently, and then I realized more of the direction he was actually going, and then it hit me. And then I was like, okay, now you have my full attention, because now it's way more interesting than what it was before.
Yeah, but this guy was frightening to me because I know where King James onlyism leads to, and it almost always leads to Matt Powell. like it leads to this type of really
all the NIFB people. They're
Right.
all KGV or KJV, like all the NIFBs, Jonathan
know what-
Shelley and Stephen Anderson and all them. They're KJV, and it's just like King James was pansexual. Like he
HS, do you know where
great
Skip
man like I
that
think
one
he is.
conveniently.
Do you know his favorite Bible?
what the guy that I talked to?
No,
He
my
said-
brother. Do you know his favorite Bible?
Oh no,
KJV.
I don't.
Oh, it's the 1537 Matthews.
Oh, okay. That's really
That seems on brand for him.
I mean,
that-
we
because
can
it
drag
seems
out
like
the
it's-
Latin Vulgate, but I don't speak Latin.
It seems like it's the least sort of like bastardized version.
That's
or
why
the
he went back as
available.
far as he could and found the
Yeah.
least bastardized version and looked
Yeah.
at all the different versions and like decided this one was the cleanest one, and people died writing this. So there
Right.
must be a reason for it. It was his
The best
thought
one-
process behind it. Somebody else had to finish writing it and was in fear of dying and then escaped after they wrote it. Like it was like that. So he's like, well, there's got to be a reason why they were trying to kill the motherfuckers, right?
Mhm.
Which makes sense to me. I mean, it's older. It's like you guys said, it hasn't been changed 20 times since 1537. So
The,
Go ahead,
the
Ben.
best Bible. The best Bible is the graphic novel. They have that now.
I've seen that the manga
The Lego
Jesus.
Bible.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's the best
God.
one.
I
That
think
is
I
the
got my mom a
supreme
copy of the
Bible.
Lego Bible. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure I did. I know I got my mom a copy of
Yes.
of a signed Salman Rushdie book and sent it to her.
The only version that I really dislike is, well, the only versions, I guess there's plural, would be the Message and the Living Bible are pretty horrible. And then
Those are
the
pretty
Jehovah's
horrible.
Witness Bible is pretty
yes,
terrible.
Maya.
The
I
book
was
of
just gonna
Mormon.
say that the message is
Yes,
essentially
HS.
like so overly simplified. It's like it's talking to you like you're stupid.
Yeah, and it adopts certain theology and spins it like it's
Yeah.
really obvious about it. So
Yeah.
it's nutty.
Yeah,
It's like the Bible for stupid people. So,
The Bible for dummies.
yeah.
that exists. That's a thing. I've seen it.
I'm not surprised actually.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many dumb books. God's little instruction book, and it's just like random
Basic
Bible verse.
instructions before
What
leaving
is-
Earth.
What does God say about masturbation? And they look it up, and they're like, Onan, son of Noah, and he pulled out and spilled it on the ground. That's bad. like what?
And she lusted for the lovers whose who's in the
Yeah,
belly
right.
dies. I don't know the whole verse. I just know it has to do with the emissions of donkeys and stuff.
Yeah, huh?
That's all I know.
This, yeah.
Oh my
the
God.
Palaces of horses, the
Oh,
emissions of
doorknob.
donkeys.
Doorknob trying to be Otangelo here.
Oh my god, I watched Otangelo on Gurmania's stream last night and I was just like, why does anybody give you the time of day? I don't understand.
So who is Otangelo?
He is an infuriating Christian who also participates in circular reasoning, who
Hard not to be honest, but yeah.
right, exactly. But he subscribes to a lot of the God of the Gaps arguments,
Yeah.
where if you can't explain anything behind your your religious beliefs or lack of religious beliefs and stuff, then it has to be God. Nobody knows, you don't know how the universe began, so it has to be God. Or you don't know why DNA sequences the way it does, so it has to be God. I'm just all like, there's people who understand these things, dude. Like, I can't with that guy.
Yes, Ox, well put. That's yeah.
Doorknob head, you beat me to it.
I agree with that. I actually, just speaking of Dave Warnock, because Cynthia just said Otangelo called to Dave Warnock's new show.
Oh,
My now ex-girlfriend, Peach, her and I decided to be friends, so everybody knows. It just wasn't going forward anywhere. We were just kind of hanging out with like friends, so we just agreed to snip it off. With my encouragement, I brought it up. And while she was in Tennessee before she got back and we split, she was in she met Dave and was in Tennessee with that what is it called, retreat thing they did over in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee with Dave Warnock. She got to meet him and everything. Yeah.
Nice.
She said he's she always respected him on YouTube and then found out he was doing it and she bought tickets and she went and they all hung out and ate and drank and went like tubing and stuff and they had a really good time. So
Oh, nice. Nice.
yeah. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
his disease is starting to progress kind of quick now.
Mm,
So that's shitty.
yeah.
Yeah, his hands are kind of floppy now, if you will.
Mhm.
Yeah, Parkinson's or
It's really-
something.
Yeah.
He's
ALS.
Or ALS.
Oh gosh,
ALS.
I hate ALS.
I know. My brother-in-law died of that. His diaphragm quit working, so he quit breathing.
Yep.
Mm,
And
That's
you
how it
can't-
terrible.
It just the muscle just atrophied and quit working.
yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Weird thing is that he died 3 weeks after my sister. And my sister suffocated from edema from cancer. which
Yeah.
made her drowned. So they both stopped breathing is why they both died. Like
Hmm.
one of them suffocated and the other one suffocated.
Was it your sister, the marketing badass?
Yeah. Yeah.
From
That's
everything
amazing
you've
you
said
remember
about her, From everything you've said about her, I'm just all like,
Oh, she was just
She
she was the
sounds
most
fantastic.
incredible person, and her name was Susan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
She was
mostly
the
why.
most-
I think that's mostly
she was-
why I remember the
it's
things
the
you
name.
said about
Yeah,
her.
it probably is the name. No, she was amazing though. Like she she got back from cancer treatment after being gone for 2 weeks, right? She comes back to work. She's there the second day she's back. I get sick from my kidney, and she walks into her boss and says, "I gotta go." And he's like, or no, she'd been gone almost a month. And he's like, "What do you mean? You just got back?" And he's like, "Nope. My one of my siblings is in the hospital. I got to go down to Virginia. I'll be back." And didn't ask him, just walked in and fucking told him that. And I said, "Sue, aren't you worried about having your job?" And she's like, "Fuck no. I taught him everything he knows." I was like, "Do what?" She goes, "The CEO. I taught him everything he knows. He didn't know shit when he got into marketing. He bought a fucking company, he had no clue." And I was like, Jesus. She said, "He'll never fire me. I could show up one day a month and he will not fire me." So that's how she was though. She'd walk in when she did marketing, she'd just walk in and tell people, you want to get this product. It's good. This is what I have set up for you. This is going to work. It's good in today's market. It's good where you're blah, blah, blah. Do it. And they go, "Oh, should I?" And she'd say, yes, you should. And they go, "Okay." And they just let her do it. It was so funny.
Confidence.
What the fuck, man?
Confidence and knowledge.
Oh yeah, that's how she walked in the room and everybody like stopped and looked, like everybody felt she was there. It was really weird. Like people would stop and look at her.
Yeah.
And I'd look around and be like, "Oh, that's my sister. You know her?" Fuck yeah, she was a trip.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hard-headed woman.
So my sister, my own sister, not to totally like derail stuff, but
No,
my
go
own
ahead.
sister,
I was done.
Well, so it's just talking about sisters. My own sister recently announced, and she told me a few weeks ago that she's pregnant. So I'm very excited for her. She's having a little
Yay.
boy,
So
and I tried to. It's
niece or nephew?
my first nibbling.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the best. I
Yeah.
miss being that aunt uncle thing. They're
Yeah,
all grown up now. It sucks.
yeah. I'm. She's having. Well, she hasn't said what they're gonna name him yet, but she said she's having a little boy. I did introduce the term nibbling to her. It was just all like, it's like a gender neutral term for like niece or nephew. It's nibbling, and
I love
she's
it.
just
I
all
love
like,
that.
that's the greatest thing in the world. And I'm like,
It's
glad I could
fucking
introduce
great.
it to you.
I'm so gonna use that.
Yeah, she said she's gonna do like a Calvin and Hobbes thing above the crib, and I'm just all like, I love this, and I want to get her like, because we're both really into Bloom County, the comics are Bloom County, so I want to
Okay.
get her. I want to get her like, you know, Opus the Penguin and Bill the Cat plushes and stuff, and get
Right.
that. Oh, hello, Benny. Didn't see you there. Hi, Bud. And then there's Stanley.
Look at the
Saw
little
the
fur
dog
baby.
moving. Just saw the dogs moving.
Cynthia said, "Congrats, Aunt Susan."
I'm so excited for her. The only thing that makes me a little sad is that she lives in Texas still. So I'm like, I would have to make a trip back home in order to meet the little tyke. I don't know what they're gonna name him yet. I tried to convince, like, I was like, if you're having a girl, you should name her Susan Gale. Because that's also my mother's name.
Oh,
Because there's like my mom Susan Gale, me Susan Gale, and then my aunt, my dad's sister Susan Gale, so it's a thing.
wow. That's
It got
a
real
lot.
confusing around Christmas, let me just say.
Which Susan? Susan G. Susan G. What?
It's all like Turpin
Skip
Turpin
tits,
or
that one's
Hayes.
mine.
Yeah, right. Don't think I got that nickname until about a year ago, so
yeah. Well,
not
yeah.
sure if I think my sister follows me on Twitter, so I think she knows my nickname. But yeah, I'm very excited for her though. Like
That's
it's
awesome.
funny. I'm kind of living vicariously through her because I'm child free. Not like in the sense where I'm like I hate kids, but I'm like child free in the sense of
Oh my word! I
Not
love
for
that
me.
term. Yeah, I used to be a member of the news group All Support Child Free years
Mhm.
and years ago, and I was known as Hadbard Celine then.
Mhm.
Obviously, not anymore. But yeah, I get the whole child free concept. Yeah, it's
Yeah. I've followed the child free subreddit for pretty much the entire time. Oh yeah, Nathaniel got off work at 6 instead of 7:30 tonight. Like I followed the child free subreddit pretty much since I joined Reddit like 10 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a live journal group too. I'm wanting to say I have kids and I still hate other people's children.
Maya, I love other people's children. You know why? Because
You can
as
give
long as
them
they're not
back.
little assholes that are being raised improperly, which I don't hang out with those people anyway, I get to play with them. Yeah, and then if they shit their diaper, I go, "Ooh, that one's for you."
Yeah, you don't have to take them home.
Exactly.
I don't have
give
to take
them
them
back.
home. I don't have to deal with the crying. I don't have to do the diapers anymore. I'm good.
Yeah.
So
I'm good.
Also, anybody who is watching the stream for the past few minutes, you owe B like $10 for that pussy on the screen.
Yeah. $10 per pussy.
oh dear.
Okay.
Hey, those
And
are good
since the tail
prices,
is
man.
the tail is
There's
still
another
there,
pussy
so
on the
there's still some
screen. There's
pussy on the
another one.
screen, so that's you can charge more.
Oh, there is tail. Bees grabbing tail.
Oh dear.
I got hold of some pussy
I
tails.
was just gonna say that, like,
Why do every time I do that, I start sounding country? Like I do the country accent with it. Look, I got me some pussy.
even if you were to go back in like more nomadic times, like before we had cities and stuff like that and villages, like there is a place for a certain amount of people to be child free, whether that's grandparents that currently don't have kids or aunts. Or maybe somebody that wasn't able to have their kid or didn't want to have their kid, whatever the reason is, like the concept, if it takes a village, like is a thing. Like you don't have to hate children to be child free. And so like I'm an aunt, I get to play with my nephews, bring them to the pool, have a good time, give their poor mom a break, you know, like and then give them back. But the good thing is like there is dare I say it, I think parents need some relief as well in their life. And in America, we seem to be, it seems like in America, there's sort of this weird setup of like, here's your mom and your dad, or, you know, might look differently, like a single parent. And that's your family unit. And, you know, like, that's it. Like, there isn't this extended, like, you know, friends or
Right.
relatives. And,
Mm-hmm.
and it just seems really weird. It seems particularly white Americans that fall into that category, but like,
Right.
yeah,
No, not us. God, no.
white Americans with their nuclear family nonsense, right?
Yeah.
You know,
And
I've
I
been
mean-
saying a lot lately. I'm kind of sad when I wake up in the morning. I'm still white these days. It's like really embarrassing. You
I think it's a
know?
matter of using your, like we were talking about earlier, like using your, you know, your positions of privilege, whatever privilege that may be, as, you know, as fighting for those who, you know, may not necessarily share that same privilege, you know, and banding together and uniting, like Dana was saying. Like it's, you know, it all makes sense in my
what
brain,
we're
I
not
swear.
doing. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, America has a love affair with individualism,
Yeah.
like a serious, deep,
Self-sufficient, like pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and then
which is impossible.
Yeah, it's like they
Right.
they should realize that that's a little.
I want to see you. I want to see somebody do that without using their head, like on a table or
yourself up by
something.
your
You have to
bootstraps.
pick yourself up with your neck. I want to see somebody do that.
No, I don't make me do that. My neck is bad enough as it is.
Yeah, don't do that then, please.
So Ox said, "It's 2021. If it only costs $10, it's not safe."
Oh my, yeah.
I mean, okay, commenting on like the picking yourself up by your neck, though, that's kind of an accurate analogy for the United States. Like, because they're saying, like, if you just work hard enough, you too can be a billionaire. But then it's actually impossible to work to get to that status. So, like, they're basically telling you to pick yourself up by your neck because you can't do that.
Right. Yeah.
Especially now. I mean, at one time it may have been easier to bring your, you know, to be a self-made man, as they call it, or a self-made person, or whatever it is. That time was maybe 100 years ago.
Right.
It's not now. There are too many of us with too many basic needs, and
Mhm.
You
and
can't
there's
say
almost not enough. Well, it's not
it's
almost
not that
enough. There's not enough to go around, let alone to advance on your own.
you
Yeah.
can't say that. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Stephen Jobs, and it goes on and on. There's a huge list of people that have made it absolutely filthy rich in our lifetimes. You can't say it. It can't happen. It can happen. It's near impossible for most people, but
It's rare, but yeah.
it still happens, and with enough frequency. I mean, there are more millionaires around today than there has ever been.
Yeah,
So-
and I think they painting them with a broad brush, but a lot of them have the attitude of "fuck you, I got mine." Like, I don't care about you.
Well, that's
But also,
You know what I
I mean, sure, yeah, they didn't do it by their own work, like Vonric is saying, and like, sure, they put some work into it. They did some things,
Yeah.
but that's not the only factor. There, things lined up, like timing lined up, resources lined up, networking lined up, everything lined up to make their work get to that. Like their work was not proportional to the amount of money they earned from it,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and that's
Steve,
the
Mhm.
problem.
Steve Jobs didn't succeed as an island either. Like there were other people that were helping
yeah.
him in the early days. So like
That's
Tons.
exactly what Maya just said.
And
Also, none of them
Apple-
made it on their own. They all had help.
Well,
Apple
of course-
almost
of
went under if not for the
and
iPod
so,
too.
and so,
Yeah.
and so did the robber barons of the 18th century and 19th century, and so did William and Buffett. And yes, of course, nobody did it on their own. They all did it off the backs of their laborers. Okay.
Or
All of them.
sticking their hand in someone else's pocket, or letting somebody
Or
stick
someone
their
else's
hand in their
idea.
pocket.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or they have the idea, but somebody else has like the mechanism. It's always interesting how it goes.
It's who you know.
Yeah, somebody trying to find that again. Who said
Yeah,
that? Commander 401 said that comes from a book called Atlas Shrugged. It's the worst piece of shit ever written. There's
my
the
word.
bootstraps thing. So I listened to a
that's
podcast called
not the origin.
Citation Needed that
Yeah.
covered Atlas Shrugged this week. And I'm like, I don't know how much of this is true, but Atlas Shrugged sounds awful. And I already thought it was a gigantic flaming ball of shit anyway. like who
Yeah.
names a character like Dagnar and Dagnar and Balf? Like who names characters that? It's like shut up, Rand.
Well, you could watch Ayn Rand's progression into drug-induced psychosis as you read Atlas Shrugged. It starts out fairly rationally, but by the time you get to the end, it's a psychotic mess. I read it 40 years ago, mostly on airplanes. And oh my, yeah, my girlfriend at the time gave me a copy of that and gave me copies of a few other Rand masterpieces. Which was instrumental in my coming to hate Ayn Rand.
Well, I feel like
Um,
Ayn Rand isn't a study of the economy or anything like that. I think it's just a study of a sociopath, but that's just me.
Yeah,
That's true.
pretty
That's
much.
True. Yeah, she had a fundamental misunderstanding of anything related to socialism, communism. Like she was obviously like a raging capitalist who felt that it could do no wrong, and it's just like that's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. So yeah.
Well, she was Russian, which explains a lot.
Yeah.
And I get into a lot of trouble for this, but the Russians have always had a hard time with self-direction. And when she tells the story about her sister asking which brand of toothpaste she should buy, that's Russia all over. Yeah, it's written written all over it. And she, Rand, unfortunately, reacted very badly to that.
Oh, Ayn Rand. Fucking John Galt. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Oh, well,
Moving
yeah.
on.
Who is John Galt?
And those other people, I don't know who you guys are talking about. Yeah, them.
Oh,
Damn them.
God.
And
Fuck.
Dagny Taggart.
Dagny. I thought it was I don't know why I thought
That's
Dag.
right. Don't forget
And
that
had-
guy.
And Henry Reardon, who invented Reardon metal. Don't forget about that one.
Reardon Steel, that special stuff that was like super light and stuff, right?
Yeah, Yep.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I just listened to the citation needed episode on it. And the great thing about that is that they blended comedy in with it. So it was like they were just shitting on fucking Atlas Shrugged the whole time, and it was great.
I should get back to listening to them on a regular basis. I discovered them when they had Mortimer 81 on their channel, and this was a couple of years ago. They interviewed him about his debunking of spirit science, if anybody knows about that damn channel. That's how I discovered Citation Needed, and I really should get back to them because it's been a while.
Yeah. Moving on from Ayn Rand. No more Ayn Rand. My brain hurts.
What did I just find on
What
the
did you
internet?
just find? I'm
What?
afraid to
I
ask.
don't know if I want to know, dude. I
No,
do
it's
not know if
fantastic.
I want to know.
It's
Okay.
from a page called Gay and Fabulous, and I love this page so
Oh, okay.
much.
Gay and fabulous.
It says if you can do anal, you can do anything. Remember that?
Oh, jeez. No thanks.
Yeah,
Just
for real.
believe in
man.
yourself.
That like takes some balls right there. I'm telling you.
I think that's accurate. I don't know, but I don't know.
That's amazing. And I love it.
That made my night. All right.
My I just had a drunken night of playing Settlers of Catan with my neighbor.
Oh,
That
And-
game is a friendship destroyer.
Our
That's what I've heard.
our two favorite neighbors they're a gay couple, and they're both male nurses, which is just hilariously cute.
aw.
He was wearing a shirt that said, it was an alien, and it said, "Get in, asshole, we're gonna have butt play," or something like that. And I was like, oh my.
Oh my god, that's
But-
so fucking
But
funny.
he embraces it, and it's so fun. And he's just like one of the funniest, and he's so kind. He's like one of the most kindest, amazing people ever. But just to have the sense of humor is priceless. I love it.
Yeah. People like that make me very happy when they're just genuinely good people with no ulterior motives.
God, it's hard to find those, isn't it?
It's true.
That's why I
Very
end up
true.
on here so much.
Yeah.
Because I don't have to worry about that with you guys. Okay, so I have a funny story to tell you. Someone got a hold of me on Twitter, saying that they were getting a hold of me on behalf of Will Kincaid, and wanted to know if I would host a discussion between he and Rage on my channel. And I said, I have a very chill, loving chat. I don't want any trolls to come my way. I avoid these topics because of that, because I've seen what people have gone through because of it. And in no way, shape, or form do I want a dumpster fire on my channel. So I appreciate you considering me and thinking of me as a good fit for that. And normally I would say yes, but I declined the invitation.
Wait, what was this topic?
Somebody got a hold of me on behalf of Will Kincaid, the guy that the Raging Atheist Naka fights with all the time,
Was it Cat?
Oh,
and said, yes,
Okay.
Thank
yeah,
you.
figures.
it was Kat, and said, hey, they want to have a debate. Would you host it? We think you'd be, well, yeah, because I'm fair and I get that. I don't want that shit on my channel. No,
I don't blame you. I
just don't want to. I don't want anybody to associate me with any of that shit. I am not interested in it.
Yeah.
I
Which is
tell
why
you,
I don't
they-
let big, long religion discussions go on. I will change the subject because I don't want to start that shit.
well, it's
There's
really
plenty
easy.
of channels talking about religion. There's 5 million things we could talk about.
But you know what's worse right now than religion in my mind? It's politics. Politics gets hot
yeah.
way fast right now.
I don't mind
Yeah.
talking
Well,
about
that too.
politics. I'm totally cool with that.
well, apparently
Well,
I'm starting a lot of drama because I told people to not drink horse dewormer paste. So apparently I'm bad about drama.
You're very controversial, Ben. Let
Aw.
me just tell you that.
Cynthia,
Yeah, I'm starting to run into drama problems on my own channel. Von Rick will tell you about it, and it's getting to the point where I just want to duck out. Oh my!
Yeah, honestly, I
yes,
would
we
rather.
do, Maya. We're totally up for politics.
I've decided I would rather have that misogynistic transphobe comment because people know he's full of shit. Like you can easily tell that he's full of shit.
Yeah.
I'd rather have him and trolls like him over the people who claim to be medical professionals saying that ivermectin is the cure for COVID because people take those people seriously.
Yeah, and
I'm like, can you
that's
not?
disturbing. Yeah.
Okay, I know people don't know the words and all that sort of thing, but I don't understand how anybody could see an antihelminthic as an antiviral. You're talking about two very, very different things.
See, they think they can logic science. They think that they can read that the definition of parasite means that they can just, as long as their word fits the definition, that therefore the medication's going to work. So they're like, well, but technically a virus is a parasitic relationship with the human because it's benefiting and you aren't. And like, for one, it's not because it's not alive. So it doesn't work. Secondly, that's not how your body works. You cannot just redefine a term and have biology fix it. Like it's descriptive, not prescriptive. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Did you see how they shifted the narrative with now saying that if you don't believe in a medicine that the creator won a Nobel Prize for in 2015, then you're part of a cult or something like that?
It's a great drug for worms.
Yeah,
like if you have worms,
parasitic worms.
Yeah,
and here's the thing too. Here's something that's awful. So these people keep showing up to my channel and they keep citing this website. It's like the FLCCC. It was like frontline critical care something or other. And I guess this is a group of pulmonologists and critical care specialists that are essentially telling people to doctor shop for doctors that will give them ivermectin. And it is dangerous. Like it is dangerous. And I want to report them to the medical board because you should not be, and this is where my tweets came from with, you should not be mass advising people to take a drug.
No.
Like the only appropriate response is you should see your healthcare provider if you have questions on the proper standards of care. Like I can tell you general principles for the general public, like you should get vaccinated if you're able to. You should not do things that have not been proven to be safe. But like individual people's health advice, you need to see your own doctor because that is liability. If something happens to them, that is on you and your license, and you could kill people, especially if people are starting to self-medicate. And like, I think these people need to be reported. So like you as a doctor, you should not be like, unless you are doing histories and physicals on every person that is commenting on your website, which you're not, you don't know their situation. Like your response should be, if you want to be my patient and get my opinion on your specific situation, come to my office, book an appointment, we'll talk. That is an appropriate response. It is not saying you all should do ivermectin because studies, which are extremely limited studies, incredibly biased studies that do not control for variables well. Like it's just nonsense. And people are using it. They're appealing to authority, and it's a fallacy. Like they're saying these people are doctors. Why are you discrediting these doctors? Like I'm not discrediting them as doctors. I'm discrediting their ideas, which are dangerous and proven to not be safe.
So someone on my channel in our last open hangout, someone linked me a video of an ivermectin video on Twitter where this guy's like a redneck and he's like, I'm gonna put this on pork rinds, and he's like, and then he's like, and then I'm gonna put this, and he's like, and it's just like, what? And so I kind of watched that for the lulz and be like, guys, don't do this. And then somebody, and I want to be respectful as possible because like I don't want to be unkind. Somebody said, no, I've been prescribed this by my doctor, and like legit has a subscription and legit like this is a thing and there's a conspiracy about like blocking it and stuff like that. And I would love for you to talk to this person because she's nice, she's kind, but
Yeah.
like there is
would.
something there that sort of like we tried to push a little bit without being like
Mhm.
dogpile, you know,
Yeah.
like, you know, and I don't want to dogpile
Mhm.
something that's innocently like believing something, right? My doctor gave this to me.
Yeah, and I think there's a disconnect too with what people think the goal of therapy is. Because, so the goal of vaccination obviously is to not get infected or to make an infection less serious. The goals of these other drugs that we're using in a hospital setting, and when they're studying ivermectin, they're studying this in a hospital setting. So you are already assumed to be sick enough to be hospitalized. The goal of therapy isn't to miraculously make you better. The goal is to keep you alive and to be able to discharge you safely. It's to kind of mitigate when you're already in deep shit. So if you are needing these meds, you're already in deep shit. That's where we're headed with this. So you should not be using this prophylactically to prevent you from getting COVID, because that's the job of the vaccine. The vaccine is better than prophylaxis even. Like, because when we're talking prophylaxis, like if any of you had traveled to a foreign country where malaria is common, like you don't get a vaccine for malaria, you take the meds, usually chloroquine-based meds, ahead of time, assuming that you would get infected, and then that would lessen the infection.
Mhm.
So that's
Okay.
prophylaxis. Right. That's not preventing you from getting it. That's saying if you get into deep shit, here's how we get you out of deep shit sooner.
You know, a condom is a prophylactic.
Yes.
Prophylactic is to prevent or to help prevent.
Yes.
It
Yes.
doesn't mean it's going to stop everything. You could still get pregnant with a condom. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
What I
So
really,
yes,
I'm sorry.
it's better. Yeah, just concluding, it's better to take the vaccine and not do something prophylactically. The people who are choosing prophylaxis over a vaccine are just, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
Agreed.
What I want to know, and unfortunately, I can't ask any of these people because I'm pretty sure I know what the answers will be already. They'll be right off those scripts that they use. What is their mindset? Why is it that they don't want these prophylactics, like the vaccine and the masks and whatever? Why don't they want that? What is wrong with it in their worldview? I don't understand.
I feel like it's a matter
I
of
don't
defiance.
either.
Like it's like, you know, they hear about people sticking it to the man, and it's just like, this is my way of doing that, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, it's not. It's your way of killing yourself.
And I
So-
think it's funny that they want
Yeah.
to be so defiant against what the government tells them, but yet they call themselves patriots.
Well,
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing.
I
So
think-
real quick, go ahead, Susan. Finish what you were going to say. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all I was gonna say.
Oh, okay.
No.
I just wanted to let you.
I
Susan
gotta
said
go.
she had to go, so I was giving you an opportunity to bolt. Take off.
Bye,
Yes, I gotta go.
Susan.
Fly,
Thank you.
fly.
I love all of you very much. Y'all have
Love you
a wonderful evening, and
You too,
I will
sweetheart.
see y'all next time.
Appreciate
Great to
you.
talk to you. You take
If I
care.
can
She found it.
she goes
But,
by a
yeah,
different name,
that's-
doesn't she? Divine.
What's that?
Is that divine disbelief? Or
Yeah, that's
Okay.
her and her husband
That's all.
Nathaniel have that channel. Yes, and
Okay.
you can find her under Motel Cowboy on Twitter. Not sure why, it's something she changes it randomly, and then Nathaniel is Nathaniel, or you can look up Divine Disbelief. You can find him either way, I believe. So
Yeah, nice.
if anybody wants to talk to him.
So
Yeah.
what's interesting is like there's the rando conspiracy theorist or the person that's pushing these dangerous ideas, and then there's people that make you care about that have bought into these dangerous ideas, and how you approach them might vary, right? So,
So here's the question. So is the virus not real, or is it serious enough to need to drink horse dewormer?
Pick one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Pick one.
Your logic is inconsistent.
So now, and I just want to update everyone on this too, because this is always a fun fact. Now that people are taking all this ivermectin, and some of them are taking a whole horse's worth, because as Ben has explained before, they break it down on so much for every kilogram of weight, because
Yep.
the better system for medical stuff most of the time.
Is it killing liver
so
jet?
these people, so they get that tube, which is meant for like Ben said, what was a 500, 300 pound horse? What is
500 kilograms, so
500
1,250 pounds of horse.
Okay,
is
so
what
you
the
can
box
literally
says.
do 2 small ponies with that, right? Okay,
Yep.
so they're digesting all of that. Not only is it not okay because they don't have parasites in their body, so it's fucking stupid anyways. But they're like quadruple 7.5. That's what Ben came up with. They're taking 7.5 times the amount that they should take for the average human body weight. And now the CDC's having to deal with all these people who are overdosing on ivermectin, like they didn't have enough to worry about with COVID.
My cousin.
Let's give them one more thing to have to worry about. Good job.
My cousin's an ER tech in Denver, and she said that their hospital has, like, their emergency department has been getting a lot of ivermectin overdoses. That's been a trend recently.
I linked the video. It's so beyond stupid, Ben, that
Okay.
your mouth
I'll
will
have
drop.
to. I will have to.
Like, you would think it is a parody, but it actually isn't.
Oh my god!
And
It looks like it looks like a parody.
I have another question.
Convinced my
and I'm
wife's
gonna-
friend to get vaxxed 2 days ago. She was anti-vax because of what she had heard. So I sat her down at the computer, showed her the numbers. She said, "Damn, I've been lied to." And that's the point, Ox. They are lied
That's
to.
good.
And I don't think that everybody that's against it is a bad person. I think that they're easily swayed. I think they're all easily swayed, and it's just like believing the meme of with Abraham Lincoln on the internet. Come on, man. Just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's fucking true.
Part
And
of
just
the
because
problem,
somebody says it that you might think is a great person, anytime somebody says anything out of the ordinary or extreme, like MathPig says, think for yourself. Go look it up. Go find out about it. Don't just listen to somebody. Even if I say something, I can say stupid shit. Don't listen to me. Fucking check it out if I say it. Please. And if I'm wrong, come back and correct me.
so part of the problem is we all know that the government at some point has lied to us about whatever issue,
Oh.
right? Like, there's massive, weapons of mass destruction, things like that. And we know that the government
Weapons of
lies.
mass destruction?
Yeah, like
Sorry.
they say something for whatever reason,
Right.
this is true, and it gets plastered everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So the public now is used to government lies, right? And now they're used to, because of our pharmacy business, a business of pharmacy, they're used to drug companies are liars too. So now they're assimilating that to all people, like all doctors are bad, all it's just become like almost like the way people cherry pick the Bible, like they're cherry picking what they want to believe now, and it's a fucked up mess. And I can see why some people are skeptical of the government, especially if they're a person of color or somebody that's been really fucked by the government. I can get it, but at the same time, like there are people that are actually, dare I say, preying upon these people, and those are the people that really bother me. It's the average person that buys into it, I can feel sorry for. It's the people that are benefiting from the rhetoric that is the most disturbing to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, there's
These
a reason a lot
videos-
of people are doing that. They're doing it for their own gain, so they started shit. It's like Jesus Mike talking about, he was on TikTok. I actually stitched his video because I loved it so much. He said that he made up something that could happen due to your TikTok account or something like that. And all these people all of a sudden were believing it. He had like 1,500 followers in like 12 hours on a new account that he made up that was fake. And he was acting like he was some tech guy or something.
Wow.
And he's like, look at this. This is it. This isn't, and I don't even know how many. He had over 2,000 in a day. And he's like, see, you could say anything. I just made up some bullshit about syntax. He literally just made up something that is no way in the computer world could be true. And everybody started falling for it and going, oh, how do we check? How do we check to see if it happened to our computer? One day. Thousands of people.
Ben's face says it all.
Done.
I'm thinking maybe I need to do a medical myths live stream just all with ivermectin videos.
Did you watch that video I linked? It's so ridiculous.
I did, and then I watched other ones.
Dude.
Because he posts so many of those, and I just can't. Like, it looks like it should be a parody, but it's not. I don't. That's so dangerous.
It looks like a Saturday Night Live parody, making fun of it.
It
that's what's
does.
so weird.
But it's
Maya
real.
said-
He eats it.
Maya said, yes, it's needed.
And we might do a medical myths episode on that. Hey, my ivermectin video is popular
But
by the haters.
yeah, there's
I've
some
spread
people
it out
that
everywhere I could.
there's people that are getting really caught up in so much rhetoric and so much.
Yeah,
and
I
it makes me
actually,
feel sad.
I don't know if any of you watched Skeptic Generation this week, but I did a response video at V's request to the caller who was is the doctor from the UK that was saying like kids shouldn't get vaccinated, and was spouting, like, she was quoting VAERS and like other unreliable data. So I was like, I should call in next time. And I was like, well, I don't know if I'm gonna be working or not. And so then V was like, you should do a response video to this. I was like, you know what? I should do a response video to this. So it's being released on Wednesday on the same day that the clip is being released. So should go watch that. I hate that I had
Maybe
to make
I
that.
should. I guess I should watch that. Yeah. Okay.
It was, yeah.
MathPig is trying to trigger me on Twitter. He just like tagged me and then put hashtag interpretation.
Ow.
Oh God.
No, dude.
But hey, another ivermectin video this week, and I might go to 300 subs. That might push me over.
Catching up with me fast with the ivermectin and COVID, bro.
Yes, the ivermectin, that because all the trolls come and
Yeah.
the trolls comment, and they
Yeah.
comment a lot, and I'm like, okay,
Just jacking up your views. Yeah. That's what I
yeah,
tell people. Somebody's like, oh, they put a thumb down on your screen. I said, it's okay. Algorithm doesn't
I
care.
don't care.
Put down. Everybody do a thumbs down. I don't care.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, everybody do one or the other. If you pick, I don't care. Hit a thumbs down. I'll take it.
mm.
Yeah, almost every video I put out, I'll have at least 2 to 4 thumbs down.
I
It
don't
doesn't
even go
matter
back
why.
and look, to be honest with you. I don't even want to know.
And I appreciate it, and I'm not going to disable my thumbs because like everything helps.
Yep.
It
I'll
really
take
does.
When
And
you're
I'm
a
like,
little
and I know there's
family, you got to
people
take
trolls.
everything you can get. That's right. No, that's why I'm just careful with what I put. Because I noticed when I was doing drunk atheist history, because atheist was in the word, I was getting random trolls. So there will never be anything that is identified like that in any of my names of my streams from now on, because I don't want them to search it and then harass me.
Yeah.
I just don't need their bullshit. We all know they're full of it, and they probably do too. Otherwise, why would they go chasing us around trying to tell us that they're right and we're wrong?
Mhm.
Is that like going around telling everybody you got a big dick because it's really little and you're trying to convince everybody, including yourself?
It's the
I don't know.
internet. This is what we do. You're wrong.
Fact. No, I do not have a spare wormhole
Mm.
to use on them. I'm sorry. I really wish I did.
Your kitty is so big.
Kitty.
That kitty is
Oh, I know.
that pussy. The pussy's
He's
huge.
a big boy. Ugh.
It's a big pussy.
He is a big pussy. He is really too. He's a big baby. Yeah, I just
400 million pounds.
Okay, everyone in the chat, gotta pay up.
$10.
$10.
$10. I'm even rubbing the pussy. It's a really good shot, you guys. $10.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and this is why, like, I'm letting these people run free in my comments, because whatever, they're getting me engagement. It's like, I don't have to platform you. Like, I don't have to have you guest on my show to speak. Like, I don't have to interact with you outside of my channel. But, like, I mean, run free in my comments. That's fine. But I'm not obligated to talk to you on Twitter, or I'm not obligated to, like, I had one guy that, like, wanted to like have a debate like over email or something. I was like, I am not obligated to do that. Like my channel is fine because like that's my platform. You can talk about my content on my platform, but like I don't need to take this off of my platform.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just didn't have a comment, so I was just trying to give you some support. Yeah. Fucking what Ben said. You remember that shit. Damn it. No, I'm too little to have super chats. I'm only at like 515 subscribers. I'm not even close, so no, there will be no super chats anytime soon.
B doesn't have as many as I have, so you know that he's a tiny channel.
See, thank you, Lady Di. Exactly.
Yeah. Somebody send B the love, will you?
Yeah, go sub to B
maybe
if
I
you
should
aren't already.
Maybe I should go talking about myself more. I don't know. I don't like doing that shit. I need to find somebody to promote for me because I'll never do it.
I know. It's
too much like, look at me. I just can't do it.
I know.
I feel bad about anything that might seem like it's wrong. I can't. God, if I could just be immoral. I'd probably be rich if I could be immoral. There's been plenty of jobs in my life I've turned down because of the morality behind the job and said, no, I'm not doing this. And I could have made a lot of money off those jobs.
So like the videos I'm most proud of that I like the most are like interviews and things like that, really positive interactions. And the videos that I'm like, yeah, that was a shit show and I did it and I know it was a shit show, but like if like you're deserving enough, I might do a shit show. Like, you know,
right.
And, like those are always my top views and I hate it. Actually, I don't hate doing them because I think if you deserve it, you deserve it, right? If you're gonna be a nicer person, you know. But like it's just they're not the ones I'm most proud of, and like I think it's really funny how that works out. And I don't know, I've heard of other creators. They're like, I've done so much work, you know, like this, you know, presenting facts and all this graphic work, and like no views. And then they like, I put this together in 15 minutes, high views, and they're just like, what is going on? I don't know. So.
Is that what you guys think I should do? Should I get Will Kincaid and Knock on here fighting so I can get more?
Even I don't have Will Kincaid on my channel. I'm just saying.
No. I mean, I could do it. And I could probably double my subs in a week. I know that. I just.
Yeah.
No.
Look,
if you talk about horse dewormer, you'll get lots of views.
It's true. I should name every single video ivermectin.
Yeah.
There you go.
We talked about it at the time. I could.
That's true. If you
really
do a Shanny for Christ stream.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if that's what that was. Yeah, okay.
So Shanny for Christ is one of my favorite lols cows that I'll sometimes stream about.
God.
But like,
God.
You gotta understand that is a rabbit hole.
That is a rabbit hole. Wait, have you interacted with that channel?
But Shanny for Christ? Yeah, I've been on her channel before, and she's made videos to me before, like back in the days before even.
Okay, I need to watch this. I need to go find these. They sound like.
I interviewed Rev before, but like that was before he was with her, like so. Like they progressively get worse. In the last
it sounds like
3 years. The last 3 years, it's been worse. So. But her, like a lot of her content's blown up, so you have to kind of know where to find it. So like, I'm gonna do a shout out like to the channel Fat Courtney Love. That's a good place to find Shanny content. Fundy Archives is another good place. XX Archives, and so you can find a lot of retro stuff right there. So yeah.
If there's one thing I love, it's getting my popcorn and watching drama from a mile away.
Yeah, but you have to ask yourself if you want that on your channel, because I got to tell you, once you put it on your channel, you'll find.
Oh, I don't want it on my channel. I just want to watch. I just want to watch what already happened because I like watching the shit and not getting involved. I don't get involved in it.
You look like Drag will be like, I'm gonna do a science video, and he's got like 500 views, and then he's like, I'm gonna shit talk Shanny for Christ, and he's got like 3,000 views, and you're just like, what the fuck?
It's true. Dumpster fires pay some money.
Yeah, Shanny is a rabbit hole. I do know that I've seen like other people react to stuff that she's done. But yeah, I will never get involved in that.
Yeah, and Shanny's like pretty legit crazy. Like, so one time she made a video saying I was a pedophile. Like, she'll just go like all out and just like try to slander you, and then be like, "Oh, Jesus, forgive me." So just so you know, like that, like is if you press her buttons, she will retaliate in the most disgusting ways. So
I don't
Yeah.
know if I could get an income of 10,000 a month doing Shanny videos, I might consider it. You know, it'd be a nice way to pay my co-payments.
I mean, you probably could. I could see you being ruthless to Shanny. In like a
oh
good way.
my, oh my! I don't know. I don't know if I'm the ruthless type. That's the problem.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
oh, I know what I
inte-
could do.
I mean, like intellectually ruthless.
Well, okay,
there's not much
maybe.
intellectually there to do.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
true.
maybe I could get myself stinking drunk and then go on air and take after her. Yeah, burn out what kidneys I have left.
Please don't do that.
Oh, my
They're
word.
funny. They're funny when they say things like, "You're my enemy, and I can't wait till you burn in hell." Like, and they talk about how they want you to burn in hell. That's really funny to me.
Like that's a
Big-
threat. Yeah.
Right. Like that makes me laugh and giggle because like their whole god is about their revenge, right? Like it just cracks me up. But then like G-Man says, "I'm gonna show up your house and beat you with a belt." Then I'm like, I don't really appreciate that. Go ahead and try. I'll call the cops. Thanks. Like, you know.
Uh-huh.
So they will escalate on you really quickly. So you have to have really thick skin. So
I don't care about that. I just don't want them coming into my chat and like bothering my cool, chilled,
yeah.
accepting, really nice fucking people I have here. I feel like
Right.
why would I do that to them? You know, when I'm watching a channel a lot and a bunch of trolls start coming in, I leave it because I'm like, I'm not putting up with this shit. I mean, I won't unsubscribe,
Right.
but I'm not going to go watch their stuff. If
Yeah,
that's
see,
what I
I
get
won't-
in the chat, I don't want to hear it. So I don't
I
want to do
won't.
that to people.
I won't touch that kind of content because like I need to keep my channel science based and just
Mhm.
focus on that. Like the people that and like the most debunky I get are with my medical myths and that's like on the ideas themselves and just like people doing weird science things, like weird medical things. Like I don't think I could get into any weird drama and still have like the professionalism my channel needs to keep, I guess.
To Cynthia, I used to be legit concerned with Shani and her behavioral health issues probably 5 years ago until she upped the ante and was just a vicious, horrible person to everybody and everything and used that as her shield and cudgel. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore.
Mhm.
I have my own
Mhm.
mental health issues. It doesn't give you a license to be a shithead.
The only thing, though, before I would do something like Shanny debunking videos and stuff like that, I think I would want to hire a whole bunch of moderators so they could watch the side chats and we
Oh yeah, you'd need good
crazies
mods.
out. Say again?
Really good mods.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You would need like an Ox, a Maya, a me, and a Critical Cripple.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Not adventure into that shit. I mean, I've had them. You can ask anybody. I've had them come in here and throw a whole bunch of nasty shit. You know, spamming the shit out of my chat and stuff. And
That happened
Ox
to
and
me.
Maya, Ox and
Yeah.
Maya literally could not keep up. It was coming in so fast.
That happened to me twice because I dare touch. I don't want to. A certain atheist group of people, and then my chat just magically turned into N-word across the board, and I'm like, okay, all right, it's so like it can happen, and if you rub certain people the wrong way of certain factions, they have their own set of trolls that they keep as pets nearby, and they might not do
Okay.
it, but they
Yeah.
kind of unleash the hounds on you. So
Yeah, and
Well,
that's why Maya. That's why I have all you guys that are modded, because I know even if some of you aren't here, I have 2 or 3 mods in the chat at all the times. I don't mod
Yeah.
everybody, but I mod most people. Once
I
get to
mod
it.
everybody as a holdover because I remember when Jeff did that in Cy Strikes movie night, before he died. And then when I say I would need a whole bunch of good mods, I mean that I'd really have to have some really good people on hand.
Like really good mods.
Yes, really, 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 really
Not
good
me,
mods.
because I'm not reliable to show up to streams right now.
Damn Ox.
Yeah.
Well, you got to
Right-
be clear
right
what the
now-
rules are in each chat, right? So like certain chats have certain rules. So like I know like in Drag's chat, like most anything goes unless it totally breaks TOS. So like I will mod accordingly. But like there's other mod situations where it's like be nice, be polite. Don't be a dick, and if people are being a dick, you can mod them out. You have to kind of be in sync with your mods so that they know what you're looking for, as opposed
Yeah.
to
Yeah, and that's how it was. Like when I first made Oxamod, we were all like drinking and smoking one night and getting crazy, and somebody came in here, started talking shit, and he jumped on him like Ox. Let's give him a chance.
He's ready to do
So
battle.
I said, don't be a dick, and you can hang out. If you're not going to talk about the subject at hand, we don't want to have a bunch of Bible verses. We don't care about that. We're not talking about religion. And then you can stay. And Ox is like, okay, I won't grab him. Like he was on him like fucking dirt on a farmer's boot, like real fast.
I've had a good time of it, mostly because I have maybe 6 people in my side chat at any one time, and it's a little easier that way. I haven't had much of a problem with trolls. I really haven't. There have been a couple. I mean, everybody. I think all of you have had at least one troll come by during your tenure, and if I started getting out there more, I know there'd be more, and I'd have to be ready for it. And you think, oh well. But I want to make $10,000 a month because I want to pay my medical bills. Damn it!
I'm kind of surprised that you don't have.
Bills.
I'm surprised you don't have more views when you have Bionic on. To be honest, because Bionic has a certain amount of following.
Yeah, she does. Well, she and I have been working together for a couple of years now. Let me see now. I met her 3 years ago, and then we more or less started working together at the end of 2018. She's really great to have around because she does get the conversation going. She's got some very strong opinions, and she's not stupid. Definitely not. And I know for a good long time, the whole crush thing had a whole bunch of people coming by. They wanted to see how much of a crush I had on Kate.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Oh man, that was all the news for a while there. And
yeah, we all know it now. It's just old news now. It's not exciting.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, anymore, I know that, give us a week and we'd be ready to kill each other. Definitely. But she'd be ready to kill me, definitely. She almost has a few times. Medicare for all. Yeah, Maya.
Yes, and Kate sure can talk. You're absolutely right, Bomrek.
Oh my, yep.
Sometimes she says shit and you're like, what? But most times she's funny.
Yeah, you know what? Bionic Dance hasn't been showing up in my feed either. I don't know.
She has been working on an animation project, which really hasn't been going out to YouTube. She wants to finish the darn thing and then release it. And because of all the work she's been doing on that animation project, she really hasn't been doing the videos like she used to. And she may have to get back into doing some of those smaller videos again because her financial situation has changed a bit from what it was a while back. But I'm just hoping I can see her get the animation project. It's a show called Quinn Redshift. I want to see her get that done and get it out there, and I want to see it take off like wildfire.
Which is she's working really hard on it. Like
and she's really good at what she does. Yeah. There's no question about that. So I'd really like to see that go. And I like her a lot too, Von Rick. Definitely, it's I like having her around most of the time.
Most of the time. Well, let's be honest. It's hard to find people that you want to be around all the time.
Oh, absolutely. And
Like that's hard. It's even hard if you find someone you fall in love. It doesn't mean that you want to be around them all the time.
And
hell
this is why I kind
They all
of
need
like
their own
being
space.
I kind of like being alone. You would not have heard me say that a few years ago when I was still in my lonely and desperate phase. But anymore, I'm coming to the conclusion that, yeah, I'm not made to be around somebody 24/7. They'll get sick of me. I get sick of them. And unfortunately, for any romantic ideas, I think I'm best just flying solo.
Well, there's some
Unfortunately.
relationships that are kind of arranged differently too that you might consider, like where you have either your own space and you live separately, or it's a little more on your terms. Like there are some people that are trained in the care of introverts and understand that like people need their own space and their own
Right.
autonomy and their own life, and then they kind of want to meet together and stuff like that. So like I think there's ways to make arrangements. It's just that like we have this notion of like all romantic love has to be really clingy and needy and in your space all the time. I don't know.
Muchanye, which is what Russian cows say, for those of you who don't know.
Well, that's like when people ask me, what would you do with your tiny home if you met somebody you fell in love? And I was like, well, I park it outside of wherever we live. And if we get sick of each other, there's an escape.
There you are.
Another small house outside. It's fully functioning. You can go hang out at it for a day or something, or the weekend if you want, and go have your own space. Everybody needs their own space. There's even the best relationships I've had. We still had time where we had our own things we did. You have to do that. It's very important.
Yeah, if
I'm not saying don't
hang
hang out with their friends, just don't go every time they go out with their friends.
I told you how Scott and I we experimented, and we're like, okay, we're gonna live in this 200 square foot space, and we had a Boston Terrier. We didn't have Sally at the time, and I started going insane. Like, I just started getting really like I would just want to go in a cocoon and like. I would go to my car just to be alone, and it wasn't
that's not good.
It wasn't like he did anything wrong. It was just like the mere presence of a human being. I'm like, I need some alone time. I started turning into this weird cat, and then now that we're in a 700 square foot place, like still not huge, but it's just enough space where I'm not like freaking out like a cat, like I'm gonna go hide in this little crawl hole now.
I'm in a 200 square foot space. I could not see being in that with anyone full time. No, I mean, that's my living room.
Yeah.
Essentially, my living room is 16 by 11. And I can't imagine being in a space that small.
I just felt really hijacked. Like we'd have to go to the bed at exactly the same time. We'd have to like it would be hard to take a phone call without somebody right in your space. Like, like it was just like, ugh, I just hated it.
Yeah, you definitely it's not for the faint of heart, as they say. Some people just, and some people that live in tiny homes will have like pull out tools like I do in the back. I can pull all my tools out of the back. I have plugins right there that I put in the back. So I have two sets of plugs, and I could just do projects right out of the back of my house. So I don't have to be inside all the time.
Yeah. That's nice.
So, but yeah, it's good to have stuff outside the home. Even if you live in a huge house together, you should, if you have the room, give yourself your own little spaces, own little rooms, offices, gaming place, den, whatever. It should be, make it your space. I did that with my ex, and if she would have let me go down there, we probably would have lasted a lot longer.
No,
she would like feel bad, and she'd be like, "Well, no, it's fine. Stay up here." And I go, "No, I'm gonna. I call it my man cave. I'm going down the man cave, And she'd be like, "No, stay up here." And then she'd be like, "Well, I just felt really smothered this week." And I was like, I tried to I tried. I went to. You stopped me, and she's like, "I know, but I felt bad." Why do you feel bad? I like it down there. I had my favorite recliner. I had a TV. I had cable. I had a little fucking Wii down there. I mean, I was good, man. I didn't need anything else, So, yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I was good.
I don't know how you do it, B, in the tiny house. I cannot see living in a place where I could stretch. I could stretch my arms out and touch the opposite walls.
I can't touch the walls.
Okay. Well, I was being somewhat figurative.
I'm not
but
6'1.5". I
there
have
you
more room
go.
than that. They're not. It's not that skinny. 7 foot in here almost.
I was rearranging some stuff because I was looking at peritoneal dialysis, which would mean that I would have to have supplies in here along with other stuff. And just rearranging to have the supplies come in here, I was so cramped. I couldn't take it. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to do the in-center hemodialysis, and I really don't like that idea, but it seems better than what I would have to deal with otherwise. Damn it.
I'm
First
sorry
of all,
about that.
First
Can
of
I
all,
have some kidneys that work, please?
I wish.
Don't look at me. I only have one.
I know.
can't
I
help
know.
I can't do anything for you right now. No, I would not say that anybody should live in a really tiny home that doesn't have separate spaces. Now, there are tiny homes that they build that will have like a loft up above the living room and another loft above the bathroom, and that loft is like the bedroom, so it's up away from everything, and they make it so you can close it off. And then the other loft is more like a study area, den kind of office thing, and then you can go to then you have a separate space, and people can do that. I would not suggest living in a place this size with anybody. Maybe a weekend, week vacation, they stop by, but not like living full time with somebody, because I only have 78 square foot of living space, of floor space. My bed is huge, and I can lay sideways on it almost, but the rest of my living space is 78 square foot. So, no, I couldn't do it with somebody else in here. I can't. No. I've had people want to come over to my house and hang out, and I'm like, where would you sit, on the floor? Guys, step on you every time I go to get a drink. Be right there.
Now, I do remember watching a YouTube video about somebody who had, I think it was a 90 square foot apartment just next to Central Park. And she was describing the way she did things, and she could actually have friends over and everything. I still don't know how she did it.
Right.
But
you have a big outside space. That's what you do, and you get a big covered outside space.
Yeah, which she did not have in that place. I mean, she was up on like the 88th floor or some shit like that. Yeah. And she finally ended up buying a house that actually had some space. That was after the landlord tried to double the rent on her. And when you double a New York rent,
That's
you're
ridiculous.
talking about
Yeah, New York, for anybody that doesn't know, in New York City, anywhere around there, it is not uncommon to pay $2,200-$2,300 for a very small one bedroom or a studio.
Yep.
Maya, you and I are such opposites. I'm reading Maya's comment.
Yeah, all I know, you like to be outside. Maya's like, nope.
Yeah.
I'm sure when Maya goes camping, it's glamping.
I don't think she will go camping at all.
Her idea of camping is a hotel away from her house.
Maya, have you been camping? Tell the truth.
If you went camping with me, you'd have fun. I am the fucking camping pro. I am a camping king. I'm not even kidding. I am so good. I have so much shit that fits in such a small area. I could fit it all like easily in the back of my truck with way extra room, and I can have the entire setup. I have like awnings and tarps and a gazebo, and all I need is a picnic table. I can do everything else, and I have a handsaw. I go out in the woods and I cut the wood off the felled trees by myself and use it instead of buying firewood, because that's a waste of fucking money.
Maya's like, nope. He's
Yep.
gonna
See,
stick to
I
a
told
hotel
you
on
a
the beach.
hotel. I told you. Oh, I know. I got mine. I know how you is.
I have some weird camping stories though. Like it is really okay. To be fair, like it is disconcerting when you're camping in the woods and you hear the bears circling around, and they're shaking your bear box, like because the food's in the container, and it's like it's 100 feet away, and you're just like, oh, I don't have chapstick somewhere in here or anything, do I? And you're just going through your checklist, like I didn't cook in my clothes, okay, good, and you're like, like I don't want this bear to come in, and that's a bit unnerving, like things like that.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking of doing some bicycle camping before my kidneys fell out. I'm not that far from. I'm trying to remember. I think it's called the Great Allegheny Passage. It goes from downtown Pittsburgh into southern Maryland. It was a whole bunch of railroad right-of-ways, or rights of way. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about State Route 40? Because 40 runs right along 70.
Okay, I don't know if it's 40 or not.
Okay.
I believe it is called the Great Allegheny Passage. It goes south along the Youghiogheny River,
Uh-huh.
and then gets into Maryland and possibly even Virginia. But
I can't think of it right now.
strap everything to my back and bicycle my way south and stay overnight alongside the passage and everything else. I was kind of looking forward to doing that, and then unfortunately the kidneys just totally failed, and now I really can't do that because you need to do the dialysis thing. It's not easy along that passage. Oh well, what are you going to do?
Bike tricks are tough. I did and I was a healthier specimen then, but about 5 years ago I did a bike trip with the Four Corners. So like hit up like Utah, Colorado, Arizona. What's the other
Okay,
one?
fine. Yeah, okay.
But it beat the hell out of me, to be honest. I was like, probably out of everybody in the trip, I was just like, I'm dead. Like it was just like, for me, I mean, it was great. It was a good experience, but like I probably would have done more training at the time had I known that it would have been that rough. So
Okay, so Ox knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, because
no, they have that in Ohio as well. They call it like the rail trail or something like that.
that's
And
Okay,
it
yeah.
runs. They're getting it almost all the way. They have it almost all the way down to Cincinnati now, and it goes up through Columbus, and then it's up towards Akron. And that's the last thing I heard about was they started in Columbus and we're going this way
which was about
and making it all
150.
into trails and paving it. And there's some spots that have like little pull off areas where you can camp for the night if you need to or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm on the Great Allegheny Passage. I'm almost at the northern trailhead. I'm just a couple miles away from downtown Pittsburgh, where the whole thing starts. So that's what got me thinking about that sort of thing. And I had seen a couple of YouTube videos with a couple of people doing that, which looked like a whole hell of a lot of fun. But
I've never been gemstone hunting. I had an ex that liked to go do those caches, where somebody hide something and you have to like
Geocache.
listen to the clues and it'll give you like you get up to the general area, but in that like 550-foot area or whatever, you got to find it and you're like, fuck. And sometimes it's like these little pieces of wood and it's got like a little scroll in it and you can pull it out and then you open it up and it's just full of names and people sign it and then put it back in. And so it's kind of interesting because you see, I mean, I don't know how often the owners of those caches have to go back and replace that scroll because it gets filled up, but you'll see like, it's pretty cool to see all these different signatures and all these different names on there.
The ones
pretty
here, they
interesting,
have
but I didn't
like a
really get into
can.
it.
They put like a almost like a ammo can or something like that. They'll like use something like that, and then
Yeah, anything that's
people will leave
sealable.
something small. Yeah.
Yeah, they have like those small things to put like your credit cards and stuff in for like when you're fishing. They'll take something like that size that's totally waterproof, and then they'll paint and hand decorate the outside and then hang it in a tree or put it in the ground somewhere under a certain rock or something like that. And then you just have to find it. You have to look around and find it. So it can be fun if you're bored and you have no money. It's fun because it's a free app, and you can just, I don't remember the name of the app anymore.
It's an excuse to go hiking too. It's just like
yeah, if you find the right one. But I've had them like we were driving down the highway, and she's like, "Oh, there's a cache up here," and I'm like, "Really?" And we were like going to visit her mom, and we had like a 3.5 hour drive, and she found one by a truck stop rest area.
Oh, that's funny. It's like Pokemon.
So we put one. Yeah, it was off the highway.
We got one right here.
You had to like hike up into the woods and shit, and I had to like brush a bunch of spiders and shit out of the way, and I was really up there looking, and I was like within like 5 feet of it, but I just couldn't find it. Like it was like right there, and I just gave up and came back down the hill. And she goes, "I'm not going up there with all those spiders." And I said, "Then we're not finding it." He's like, "Find it. We're done." But it would have been cool to find it right there by the highway.
Yeah, you've had experience with spiders.
Geocaching. Thank you, Von Reck. That is it. Geocaching. Yep. And you can do it all over the place because wherever you are in the U.S., it'll give you the caches closest to you.
I think I like to hike on my terms, and geocaching doesn't do that. So if I got into geocaching, like there are some places where they put geocaches where I'm like, why? Like, why?
Well, you could always go hiking and just have the app on. If something pops up, it does, and if it doesn't, then fuck it.
Yeah, that's true.
So it could be like a random surprise adventure, like, oh, if we walk 100 feet this way, there's a cache over here, or something.
Yeah.
So that could be fun. Yeah, that's what I didn't like about it was the going out and driving to different areas to find them, where we were. And it was just like a pain in the ass. If they would have been a little closer together, we could have just walked, or out in the woods somewhere. But it was like in the city, so you had to drive everywhere.
I didn't know they were in the city. I always thought of them as like in the trails. So.
Oh, there you go.
All right then, Ox.
That trail goes through the old lands of the Susquehannock natives. My bloodline goes back to that area in part.
Nice.
That is
very,
cool.
Very good.
See, my bloodline goes back to a bunch of drunk fucking Irish and German men in fucking Chicago.
Mine is also Irish. And
the only thing that makes me feel good about it is my family has always been poor. Like generations and generations back on my dad's side, everybody was always poor. So I'm pretty certain that the fact they lived in Chicago, they were poor, and they fought in the war, that they probably weren't slave owners. So that makes me feel a little better. And my mother's family came over too soon and were way too poor to be slave owners. Like they came over and they were like, "What's this shit going on?" Still, you know what I mean? And like, because they came over right before the 1900s. So in like 87.
I'm only third generation in the U.S. So that would you have to be what, 5?
Yeah, I'm 1, 2, 3. I'm 4th generation.
Yeah,
in the U.S. So now we have a 5th.
It doesn't mean that I don't care, because I do care. By the way, it just
now we're working on a 6th generation, but we're Italian, so we have lots of kids easily and back to back. What happened? What happened?
Oh, we lost someone.
Oh,
Jenny.
Jenny fell off.
Why'd she leave? To kick her ass again.
To tell you the absolute truth, I have no idea what my bloodline is. I'm an adopted kid. And what they tell me is that BioMom was a 23-year-old student nurse when she gave birth to me. So that probably means that BioDad was an intern and I was conceived in a medical supply closet. Other than that,
this is Grey's Anatomy. Absolutely. 100%.
Wait a minute. Is your name?
Yeah, there you go.
I thought that's what doctors did. Was
right. No,
I need to take a nap, and they sleep with each other.
She's Grey. That's who she is.
Is it really? Wait, what?
She's the mother. Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I watch Grey's Anatomy, but it also aggravates me at the same time.
See, here's the thing about Grey's Anatomy.
No, you're not talking about
Here's
that.
here's
That's
the
right.
thing about Grey's Anatomy. The medical science is a bit exaggerated, but the drama is not.
All right.
Well, anytime you have a large group of people that all know each other and they're working and interacting all day for hours and not just 8-hour shift, but like 12, 20, 30 hours.
Drama.
You guys,
You get
you will
some
have
drama.
Fuck yeah, you will. I don't care what environment.
Everyone
I
has
worked at Amazon
drama.
around a bunch of guys, and there was more drama there than I had ever had in a retail store full of women. It was ridiculous. There's drama everywhere.
Yep. So that part I would say is not exaggerated.
You know what I do like about them, though, is when they're doing we have this new thing we can do now. It's stuff that like science is working on. So that I find interesting. Like they will, I'm not saying what they're saying about it is accurate, but I find it interesting that they use these new things that the medical community are creating and upgrading and whatever else right now. And they use it in their show. So it's interesting because you can like watch it and be like, oh, I should go look up that implant. Oh, look. Yep, they're working on it in the early stages, so it's interesting to me. I like. Yeah,
they don't do a terrible job with the medical science. Like a lot of the stuff that they feature the episodes around, like, is legit. They just obviously have to make it into a story, and they have to make it entertaining, so they exaggerate things. But like the concepts they use are like they're legit. It's just highly exaggerated. So it's it's not terrible. Like it's probably as good as you can get. Like. For a show, like for the purpose of being entertainment.
Can I talk about the real reason why I watched Grey's Anatomy?
Is it the drama?
It's because I thought that Callie was really hot.
Callie was so hot.
Look, I wanted to bang the shit out of Callie.
Man.
Heck yeah.
Like the only thing that scared me is that she's taller than me. Otherwise, I totally wanted to bend her over. She was fucking the hottest person on the entire fucking show. She was badass. She took no crap. She had the biggest heart. She'd risk herself for anybody. She was amazing. That sounds like somebody I know right now. Anyways, not the point. The point is that, yes, Callie was one of the things that drew me into Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, see, it's funny because, like, in terms of, like, realism, Scrubs nails it. Like, Scrubs is, like nail... Yeah. Like just how it is working in a hospital and like doing real medicine, like Scrubs nails it. Like it's a lot less like exciting at times. Like it's a lot more mundane type storylines.
Right.
But like it's so accurate. So incredibly accurate.
I like
Sandy's a Grey's fangirl. Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't say that. Nobody saw that. Just ignore it.
Wait, what?
Just ignore it. Sandy is a Grey's fangirl. Don't tell anybody.
So what's weird is I don't like Meredith, which like I'm sort of like neutral to Meredith.
I didn't kind of like her very much at first, and then after like dude died and all that shit happened, then I started liking her more because she became more of her own true like person self. She became more more compassionate and kind and not so science. Right. She was just science all the time. She didn't give a fuck about anything else. So after he died and everything, it really changed her. And when she gets past that period and comes into her own with that, I like that character from there on out.
Yeah.
But at first I didn't. I was a little on the fence about liking her or not. There was things I liked about her because she's brilliant, but I didn't like her. She had too much of a cold attitude towards everything.
I guess her life had been really fucked up.
That's why.
I'm grateful that they didn't murder Callie.
Oh my god!
Because they killed so many people on that show.
I was like, no.
They killed McSteamy.
Not the hottest fucking person on the entire fucking show right now. Seriously,
they gotta kill everybody. Like that's the whole point of the show is to kill everybody.
Yeah, it's like the Game of Thrones of hospital dramas.
She survived cancer and only has one kidney.
Wait, who does?
Who? I can't remember. She made me watch it on home release for a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sandy.
I still think Scrubs is the
See what happens when
superior
you do
medical
stuff
show.
wrong in life and get caught. You have to watch fucking Grey's Anatomy.
Scrubs. I'm Team Scrubs. Team
I
Scrubs.
shouldn't say that. I don't even know Sandy's whole story, but I would laugh too. Yeah, that's hilarious. No, but Grey's Anatomy is totally. But any of those shows like that, you have to have either you got to have certain things. You got to have a little bit of drama. You got to have a good plot with a good backstory, and you got to have good sex in it. If you don't have those three things or good sexual innuendos, you know,
You have
See,
to
I
have
guess
a random
I
plane
can't-
crash where you kill off half the cast.
I guess that I don't watch a lot of like scripted, well, not like drama shows or like comedy shows. Like, I can't say that I don't watch scripted things because, like, I mean, I watch some trash reality TV, and we all know that's scripted. But
90 Day
is.
Fiance or what?
oh hell yeah! But no, actually, like I don't know. I can't watch a lot of like shows anymore. I don't know. It's just like I definitely can't watch medical shows anymore just because I can't do medicine all the time. So like I need a break, but I've gotten more into like the true crime rabbit hole. So like it's been all documentaries of like
yes, I love that
really
shit.
horrible stories.
Like when they go back, you know, my favorite is when they go back and they open up they do the cold case. They open it back up and they use like, we have this and that now and blah, blah, blah we didn't have before. And they use that and then they solve the crime like 30 years later. Fucking love that shit. Fucking love it.
Yeah, like I'm loving crime documentaries. And
it's almost all something like, it's not necessarily investigative. It's usually like medically or DNA or something like that got somebody or proved, oh no, it wasn't this person, it was that person that got killed or whatever. I love that shit.
Yeah, it's just like something for me that's like, I mean, it's cool to write like a fictional story, but then it's another thing to be like, this thing happened for real. Like somebody did this to another human.
Yeah, and you're sitting there going like, how the fuck could you? Yeah.
So sometimes I get really disturbed by the like psycho killer stuff because like it's just so dark. But I'm fascinated by cults, and that does kind of tap into that demented brain stuff, right? Like, and it's not just like Manson kind of stuff, but like that guru guy that like had that cult in Oregon, like just trippy stuff. Like I've been hooked on that. Sorry, my dog's woofing.
You're fine. Woof. That's the worst thing that happens all day. Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore you guys. I'm just ADD. I have to do this right now because it makes no sense.
It's all good. We're just here hanging out, so.
I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. It's something I don't need to do.
It's just hang out.
It's okay. I laugh at myself all the time, though, so I'm okay. I love laughing about shit. Love laughing at my own stupidity. Like, why the fuck am I doing this right now? Does this really matter? Anyways, get hooked on phonics. There's nothing wrong with being hooked on phonics. Remember the detectives on the Discovery Channel when Discovery Channel did science? Yeah. Yeah, no, I do. I love that. I love the cold case files, all the true crime stuff. Anything that's a true investigation, really, like I just find that shit fascinating. I like to see, because to me it's more like it's more like watching a strategy game when you watch people in court and what they say, because we all know the basis of everything that's going on. It's just a matter of what they're all going to say about it. And I totally forgot to say goodbye to her, and she had to go. My bad. But it's just interesting to see that back and forth as far as the court goes. I'm interested in the investigation part when it comes to the actual them determining who they were around and who called them and, where was that person and who's mad at them and all that stuff. I just want to fucking dig into it. So, I mean, I would have loved to have been like a, investigative coroner's assistant kind of person. That would be amazing.
See,
love
I
that.
couldn't do it because I'm traumatized by it, but I love like reading about it and listening to it.
Oh, see, yeah.
I don't want to actually do the work, and that's partially why I watch it though, is because like I don't want to intake media that's all medicine. Like I need a break, and so it's got to be an intellectual field that's not my own, where I can still learn out of curiosity, but it's not like an obligation to learn about it. And so like I guess that's where like true crime has fit in for me, and like law has been, because like I have no obligation to like study it, but it's kind of fun sometimes to learn something that I don't know very much about.
Right. Yeah. I can dig it. No, I don't know. I just find some processes like that interesting. Sometimes, I mean, I guess it would depend on what the topic is in the court, but most of that stuff's pretty interesting to me. And it's weird because the only time I've ever been asked to go on jury duty was after I moved to New Mexico, and I got 2 letters forwarded to me asking me to go to jury duty. I'm like, why didn't you ask me this before?
I was on a jury.
I would love to go on a fucking jury. I would love to go on jury duty. That shit interests me. I want to do it. I'd like to have the experience. I would like to discuss with the other people and get different points of view and like really be honest about it. And that's one of the reasons I want to do it, because I'm like, I would be totally honest. I know I would be, because I could never live with myself if I made any decision that wasn't what I believed to be the best decision and was totally factual and true. I would not be able to live with myself. So I know that I would do that in that situation.
Yeah, I was on a jury, but we didn't make any decisions because it mistried, and they had to redo the trial. But
what was the basis of what was going on?
It was a child abuse case. Ooh. And the kid was wearing a T-shirt from Bikers Against Child Abuse, which is leading the jury. So you can't do that in court. So they had to. But yeah, I mean, the kid was going to testify, but yeah. Purple!
Hey! How are you, my friend? Purple.
Awkward science after purple. It just purple comes in, and
I had to
everyone's
stop to
got
put
to
the link up just so Purple wouldn't have to go look for it, because I love Purple.
Yeah, Purple needs a link.
Purple is very moo.
Well,
Purple is moo.
I think that's one of the reasons I could do a case so well, because I've experienced so much loss and emotional trauma in my life that it's really hard for me to get upset about stuff. I can look at it logically and objectively and then get upset later. And, the point of that is not to let your emotions play into it. Because there are fallacies that might ring true to you, but it might not be true about that guy, and then that's not fair to him. Because
that's why I was
trial.
That's why I was picked for the jury and not kicked off. Like during voir dire, they kept me on. They did not kick me out. So.
I was selected as a juror in '89, then the earthquake hit and everything shifted, literally, right?
Wow.
I always get knocked out the first round because I used to be a police officer. I'll never get on. Oh, I didn't know that, DKH. Did I know that about you? I thought you were ex-military. I didn't know you were ex-cop. Huh. Learn something about somebody every day.
Don't ex-cop and ex-military cop and ex-military kind of go together anyway?
No, because the stigma behind cops and the minority communities right now is not the same stigma against the military.
Oh, okay.
That's where the problem lies right now with a lot of stuff. Is they're afraid if he's an ex-cop, he'll come in and be biased and automatically be for the whoever the law is in that situation.
Yeah.
Taju korostuu.
I call that compartmentalizing. I'm able to get through death, and being there for someone dying. It will almost always hit me a month or two later really hard, but I can get those things done. Yeah, I'm the same way. My mom was like that, though. She was very, okay, this needs to be done right now. We're going to focus on this and we're going to do it. And then afterwards she'd go, holy shit, I cannot believe that just happened. And then she'd like sit down and cry a little bit. But she didn't cry a lot because she knew it was okay. So that's kind of how I am. It's not that I don't care about someone else dying. That is absolutely not the truth. I'm just kind of desensitized to it. Between like seeing both my mother and my sister dead and touching them and saying goodbye to them really fucked me up. And then, after that, I became more like, well, this doesn't hurt as much. You know what I mean? Like this can't hurt me the way it did looking at my mom or my sister in the casket, So it just doesn't affect me like that. It's like someone that, I used to have abandonment issues and shit, and someone that leaves me now, it just doesn't bother me. I'm not going to say I'm not hurt and I don't cry a little bit, but I'm not going to ruin my life over it. I'm just not. I'm not going to let that happen anymore. I let a lot of emotional shit ruin my life for a lot of years. So I just, yeah. Thanks, Von Rick. No, I'm not heartless, but I have a cold shell. I have a heart. Well, I don't want to say cold. I have a hard shell. You break through the hard shell, then I'm mushy. Almost like a candy shell with a marshmallow on the inside. It's true. I'm sweet and mushy, but I do have a hard shell. I've just had to. I would never have survived at 50 if I didn't have a hard shell.
Mm. And with us, we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Purple rhymes with orange. How are you, dear?
Hello.
Purple. What's crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah. Sloth Girl decided to take me out to dinner, so.
Aw, that's nice. Where'd you guys go?
Cute.
On Mondays, Red Lobster has a all-you-can-eat shrimp thing going, so I went
There
through
you
4
go.
plates of shrimp.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Not really in the budget, but
Yeah.
especially when you can go and pig out, though. And
I'm really pissed off that both of the Chinese buffets I would go to prior to the plague are not doing the buffet thing.
Oh.
One isn't doing the buffet, and then the other one is closed completely.
yeah,
Like,
well,
oh,
I'm
man.
sure it's a combination between the contamination risk and if they're not drawing the crowds, there's a lot more waste that way.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep. The thing is, though, that they would not have to worry about waste with me around.
Yeah.
They'd have to worry about making their bills that day.
Yeah,
I
we've
think
got
there's
a-
a big... Oh, sorry, Purple. Go ahead.
We've got a China Star by us, and went back to them a couple of months ago, and it's like, yeah, the quality has really suffered.
Okay.
So I think there's a difference between being brave and having enough self-confidence to know that you can handle most situations. I'm not brave. I get scared a lot. I get scared of things. I have anxiety sometimes, that's a thing. I'm not totally brave, but I do have self-confidence, and I do know that I am knowledgeable enough to get through most situations. And the fact that I have lived through some of the shit I've lived through just makes me more confident that I can handle it. For the most part, I can handle it. And if I can't, then I have friends that can help me. So I don't worry. I have a backup.
You've fallen into a common misconception there.
What's that?
Being without fear is not being brave. More often than not, being without fear is just being foolish. Being brave is when you are well aware of what the risks are, but you feel that the cause at stake is more important than your personal safety.
Touche.
True.
Touche.
Tucci.
Tooch. Tooch the boot.
What were you saying, Tucci?
Tucci. Tucci. Definitely Tucci. Yep.
Tooch the boot.
Touche Turtle
DKH.
Touche Turtle.
DKH.
and Dum Dum. You remember that? The Hanna-Barbera cartoon?
I feel like I'm too young for this.
No clue what you're talking about right now.
Oh, Touche Turtle was sort of like D'Artagnan in a double shell. And I'm trying to remember what species Dum Dum was, his sidekick. But
I'm kind of remembering the turtle, but I didn't think that was his name.
yeah, oh, Dum Dum was a sheepdog. There we go. That's what it was. This was, you probably, would have seen it, Purple. The other two of you, the only time you would have seen it would have been in Syndication of Syndication. Yeah, because we're talking, I don't know, mid-'60s here.
Von Rex says, I remember Dum Dum, but I don't recall the turtle. A little dune buggy that was a talking car. No clue.
Oh,
Speed Buggy.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Speed Buggy was the talking dune buggy, and it was a sort of Scooby-Doo-ish kind of group.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Now, when you said talking car, the
that
first thing I thought of was the sitcom starring Jerry Van Dyke, My Mother the Car, which was horrible. I mean, it lasted one season, and that was it. But
oh, God, Alex is sending me pics. I'm scared. Let's see what this is about. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Touche Turtle and Dum Dum.
Oh my God.
I do remember that now. Yes,
I remember him.
Hanna-Barbera.
I didn't think that was the turtle's name.
Touche Turtle. Oh, how interesting.
Good old Saturday cartoons. Yep.
Well, we had to fight in our house. Like, again, we had the 3 channels. And so we kind of like had to take turns picking stuff that we got to watch, which was always interesting.
Yeah. And because you were not of any great means, you did not have multiple televisions.
No, yeah, we had one. And the remote control is whoever wanted to put the channel on whatever they wanted to watch. They were the remote control. And got up and whenever it went click, click, click. Got to go from 3 to 5 or whatever it was. I don't remember now.
Oh, I remember Johnny Quest. Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Everybody knows Johnny Quest.
My sister had a crush on him.
Hanna-Barbera's version of Tom Swift.
I always had a crush on the women in all this. That was my
Oh, really? Never would have guessed.
Yeah. I had a crush on one guy when I was a kid, and then I looked back, and I can't remember his name right now. It was some famous person, but he had like such girly fucking hair. It was in the 70s. I know everybody knows him. I just can't think of his name right now.
Bowie.
No. Oh, shit. He always had the big collar, white clothes on. He was like a total mama's boy and had the big swoopy 70s into 80s hair. And I can't remember now. Bell bottoms and the tall boots. And he was like really pretty. And I was like, that's funny. The closest guy that I ever got to have a crush on was really girly. The Huckleberry Hound, yeah.
Oh yes.
Quick Draw McGraw, there you go. Yeah. And then they started teaming them all up and doing those crazy races and shit, which were funny. I was always a Bugs Bunny kind of guy. I like Bugs Bunny.
I really, really like the Warner Brothers stuff, and I think the reason I liked it was it was actually geared toward the adults in the room. Because this the World War II stuff was anyway. The shorts that came before the feature film.
Right.
My favorite, absolute favorite, Warner Brothers was Falling Hair. If you remember that one, where Bugs Bunny was pitted against a gremlin.
Oh, yeah.
In a B-17. And the gremlin was breaking everything, and everything was going crazy. And thing goes into a dive, and you see Buddy, the Buddy going, ooh, hee, ha, ooh, ooh, hee, ha, ooh, the whole thing like this. And right before it hits the ground, it hits the brakes, and Bugs leans out the window, holds up ration cards, and says, "That's what you get from those A cards." No kid in the room would have understood that, but it was great. It was topical, and
that's what was good about those old cartoons, though, because they were meant for everybody.
Yeah,
there was adult jokes through every fucking cartoon back then.
Yeah,
and it was great. Like I could even like the next generation started and I was older and not into those cartoons anymore. My nieces would watch cartoons. I could still laugh with them because there were still little fucking things in there that they had. They're going, and I'm over there rolling and they're looking at me like, what was funny? Because it was a sexual innuendo and you guys didn't know that. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And Bugs doing the cross-dressing. that was hilarious. Absolutely.
Fucking loved Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah,
I
was also
Shit.
mentioning Dastardly and Muttley and their flying machines, and I remember that on Saturday mornings to Catch the Pigeon.
Yep.
It was an American courier pigeon they were always trying to sack.
Mm-hmm. I love
all the gremlins from the Kremlin.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I love the film that those race things were based on.
Yeah, the Wacky Racers.
If you remember the film The Great Race.
Yeah.
With Tony Curtis, Natalie Wood, Jack Lemmon,
I
Peter
could do
Falk.
Muttley's laugh.
Yeah, I mean, that was brilliant. I've got a copy of it over here. It's a brilliant film. Love the pie fight. Love the pie fight in the monastery.
I found a shirt that I need.
What is it?
It says, "I do not think, therefore I do not am."
Okay.
Well,
therefore I do not am.
The last couple of years I've been asking that if we accept the postulate, I think, therefore I am, does that mean Trump supporters don't exist?
Oh, I wish.
Oh, no, I would change.
Yeah, it just means
really
they do not.
All the idiots
they do not
just
am
poofed out of existence because they quit thinking. Could you imagine? I don't know if I'd be here right now, though. I might want to shut my mouth right now.
No, but this is a shirt I need to wear on my channel.
Yeah.
Share it, and I'll put it up there. Can't just talk about it and not show everybody. Show the class, Ben.
Yeah, here, I'll put the link in there.
It's just a weird
because I want to buy this. I want to buy this so bad.
Great, babe.
So if you do not AM, you must be FM. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. Hold on, I'm getting there.
Is this a weird form of solipsism? Yeah. I need it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I do not think, therefore I do not am. Oh,
this is
man.
a great shirt for an atheist channel to have. Like if I wore that on stream.
That's
if I had the 40
great.
bucks, I'd be all
right. It's expensive though. That's
Is it strange that it looks like a combination of an award and CP3O?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what
It's
I
like
was
we don't think
too.
we're just here. We're just getting money.
I do not am. I do not am. That's
I never
say
am.
that from now on. It's just, I do not am.
Oh, look at that. Ravioli and chocolate milk for dinner.
Doorknob wants to know if we're not morning people. You're not AM people?
I am definitely
I have
not
to be
an
right
AM
now.
person.
Yeah, C3PO. I did think I said it wrong, Susan. Thank you for confirming that. I just was trying to let it slide, and I'm so glad that you caught it. No, it's fine. I knew I said it. When I said it, I kind of thought in my head, I didn't say that right, did I?
Oh, my.
It's all good.
You know what
No,
I've got
it's
to
fine.
do?
I love laughing at myself. It's fine.
I am definitely not an AM person. I try my best not to exist between sunrise and noon.
Moo.
See, I'm more of a morning person than a lot of people, but like this 4 a.m. thing is not great. I don't like it.
Oh,
See,
4
my
a.m.
problem
I
is-
can deal with just fine. It's just that
But-
period at sunrise.
No, it's probably because you're staying up until 4, right?
Right.
Like you're not waking up at 4.
Yeah. Well, see,
Yeah,
I don't consider
different.
that to be morning yet.
Okay.
See, I go by morning starts at sunrise because until
So
the
you're a
sun comes up, you
vampire.
really
Got
can't
it.
tell.
You're a
Hmm.
vampire.
Yeah, see, I have this problem where I want to get up at 6:30 and do shit. And if I
Mhm.
don't, then I get lazy and then I'll just sit around all day and then I'm wide awake at like fucking 1:00 in the morning. That's the problem. I have sometimes.
okay.
That's one of the reasons why I smoke so much in the evening. I
Yeah.
just won't go to sleep.
Unfortunately, what usually happens to me is if I manage to get to bed by midnight, I'm awake again at like 4 a.m. and then I can't fall asleep again until sunrise.
Moo.
And it hasn't helped any that I've had this certain person on my brain a lot. So that
Okay.
doesn't help a fucking bit. What ifs, issues.
That stuff is nothing
I gotta
but
overthink
trouble, baby.
everything. I gotta overthink
Always.
everything. It's
That
my
stuff is
gig.
nothing but trouble.
It's my gig. Just overthink everything.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta pick every little nit. Oh, look, there's a little crevice right there I missed. Let me pick at that crevice too.
Yeah, do you spend a lot of time analyzing if you're overthinking things?
Wow. Yes, I do.
Sausage ravioli. No, I do love ravioli.
Ravioli,
I mean, I like
ravioli.
pasta though. I'm Italian. I just like pasta. I like pasta and a good red sauce. So that's just how it is.
They
No,
wouldn't
I am
have
not
that
really a fan
either.
of noodles. I mean, I will eat noodles if there is a thick enough sauce to cover them in, but not really a fan.
Yeah, I don't like the really big thick noodles. I don't, unless it's like in a lasagna where you can like cut it up, but I don't like the really big chunky noodles or of any kind. And I am not a fan of egg noodles. I like traditional semolina.
Those are
pasta.
good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It has
So
to
I
be
take-
that. It has to be cooked properly, and it has to have a thick ass fucking sauce on it that's chunky and got some chunks of some shit in it. Because I'm not trying to just fucking drink a tomato soup. I want good flavor and good spices, and I do stuff like I'll put like little bits of olive in it, and I always do the stewed tomatoes cut up in pretty good chunks so they're perfect bite size when you get to eat them. And fresh minced garlic and just the right chop on the onion, and I like sometimes I put green peppers and sometimes I put broccoli, little pieces of broccoli I'll cut it all down to little bitty pieces. So it's not like
So
a
I
hunk
take
of
it.
anything, but I like
I take
chunky stuff like that.
I take it purple. You don't go for pierogi.
I don't even know what that is.
Those are
Can you
so
give me
good.
that- Can you give me that in something closer to English?
Pierogi.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody calls it something different. We Slovaks called it pierogi. The Polacks called it pierogi.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically Eastern European ravioli.
And they're delicious.
Yeah, well, pierogi, I know. Yeah, that's,
delicious.
my father's side is Polish.
That's why I wondered. And when you said you didn't like the noodles and everything, the pierogi has that thick covering. I mean, it's even thicker than a ravioli.
But that's not, I don't know, is that even noodles? Isn't, the way I've had it, it's usually that it's, that's made more from potatoes.
Okay, now where I came from, the potatoes went into the filling,
Well,
and then
that
the
too,
outside was a noodle dough.
Yeah, the dough is just like a pasta dough that they make it
Yeah.
out of.
Yeah,
But what's inside is like cheese, or it'll be like cheese and potato and cheese, or sometimes there's potato and sour cream ones, which all of
Kapusta?
them are fucking delicious.
yeah.
So I need to
all of
share
them
a
are good.
picture. I need to share a picture for people who did not see this. I was on Nat One Heroes and I wore a wig because I was a drag queen.
Oh my God, show me that.
Tons of mice.
Oh, I know what
Put
you're
Neil's
talking
face
about.
on it. Yeah. I
just realized
showed you
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious.
It's so weird, dude. It's so weird. That's what it is. It's fucking weird.
Holy shit.
Because Neil had took his bandana off, and so it was like his hair. So now we have this.
No, we have that. That's awesome. Fucking look at the look. Totally shocked.
Yeah, it's too funny.
Oh, Lord.
I love shit like that.
Moo.
The best fan art I have ever seen, and I should have kept a copy of it, was one night in one of Neil's streams, Aaron Ra got on there. And they were kind of going back and forth over who could eat the hottest peppers and the spiciest stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, and then the next day, somebody posted on Twitter a picture of Neil sitting on a toilet that had a crack in the bottom with lava flowing out of the bottom of the toilet.
I just love that there's fan art of me now. With Neil's face.
It is a milestone.
It is a milestone. I have Neil's face photoshopped onto a picture of me.
I've reached all new stalker status with Neil.
I'm not very confident in my art skills, but I have been practicing for the last 3 years so I could start doing fan art. And I think I can finally do Professor Stick.
Nice.
Yeah, very good.
See, I hit a couple milestones. I hit the fan art milestone, and I hit the transphobe milestone. Like once you get transphobes in your comments, you know you've made it, right?
Once you go transphobe, you can never go back. That's what they say.
Yeah, surprisingly, I've been doing the live streams for over 3 years, and I've only had one troll in all that time.
Dang.
So I'm just not big enough for enough people to notice me yet.
I had 4 or 5 in one night after we kicked Jimmy Rizzo out of here.
I'm pretty small and I get trolls, but I also kind of ask them to come to me with my ivermectin videos. So
yeah.
Moo.
And my specifically trans-related content.
I got one religious troll and I just said that I didn't care whether or not God exists. And they didn't have a response to that. I never saw them again.
That's what I do, Purple. I don't want to talk about it. I don't care. If I cared that much about religion, I'd fucking be like a Christian or something. I don't want to delve into it. I don't want to talk about it. And even when I do, I don't tell them that because I want them to leave. But I don't want people to come over and go, "Oh, another asshole atheist channel," because that's not how I think of it.
Yeah.
Everybody's welcome. Just don't be a dick. That's all. So I'm not going to be a dick to them when I'm telling them not to be a dick.
Help Purple get troll. Hashtag help Purple get trolls.
Yes, that is the new hashtag in our life.
Yes.
Everybody help Purple get trolled. We want Purple to feel at home.
Yeah.
And part of our community.
I did get some fan art.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. No, it's
fan art's good.
Yep.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
There's a young artist named Gigglespot in Australia who did a version of my older avatar.
I'll probably have to head off soon because I gotta get up at 4 again.
Well, then take off whenever you want, buddy. I just appreciate you coming up.
Have fun, everyone. See y'all later.
You be good and have fun. I know they're mutually exclusive. Do the best you can.
I will do my best.
You got it, bro.
Have fun. Night, my big bro.
Good night, buddy.
Good night.
Oh my! I am not a morning.
We even entertain that kind of bad decision making as becoming religious, huh? I'm not sure what you mean by that, brother. You're welcome to come in and talk if you want. Everybody's welcome. Be nice to see your face. I haven't talked to you in a little bit. And by the way, you really should check your email more often. Just saying. That's your main source of communication, sir.
Yes, I'm having a bowl of cat.
A bowl of cat?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you should get the fur out first.
There
I clean my bowl.
Around here, you don't get rid of the fur. Not with this one. No, I just I filmed an episode of The Transgender Chef. I made my own mayonnaise, and with that mayonnaise, I made a macaroni salad. That's why I'm wearing this apron here.
You got
Here
there,
we are.
perps?
That's the fan art I got on my old avatar.
Right.
You can share that publicly if you want.
I already did.
Yeah, no, I
Good
had
thing you
actually
told
used
me
it.
that.
I'd used it on a couple of earlier streams.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. The one you have now is amazing.
Yeah, that's Junie did the current one.
So you
Which
actually
was also
you
fan
answered
art.
my email.
I did
Thank
not
you,
ask
brother.
for that. Junie came up with this one too, so I guess that counts as fan art too. So
Yeah, it's true. Nobody ever does fan art for me. I don't have any fans. I'm fanless. Actually, I have two of them. One in here and one in the garage that I haven't used this year. 2 fans. 2 fans.
No, my. Unfortunately, it's getting to the point where I put the fans away and don't turn the air conditioner on.
Oh, I
It's
won't
getting-
be. I won't be doing that for like 2 more months here, probably. At least a month and a
It's,
half.
yeah,
it's
Well,
getting
you're-
cooler already.
yeah. Well, B, you're quite a bit further south than we are, so
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I'm in the high desert, so it kind of stays pretty damn warm here.
yeah. Well,
Even the winters aren't bad here. Like people are running around in like parkas, and I just put on like a light, like I have this thin, like almost like over thick work shirt. It's a Dickies, and it's gray and it's very thick woven. So a lot of it, I mean, air still comes through it, but not much. It blocks the wind pretty good. In the wintertime, I'll just put that on. Once in a while, I put on a sweatshirt underneath it if it gets really cold. But people here, they don't like, they're bundled up in parkas and everything's covered except for their eyes, you know, and I'm like, this isn't cold.
Yeah.
So, but I don't mind the winter because, I mean, it's like cleansing and new start and good spring rain. And so, yeah.
I detest winter.
It's not so bad here. I hate it where you are. I don't want to live
it's
in that
horrible.
shit ever again. That northeast and up north, freaking hi brother. That up north fucking cold winter and that northeast and that can no, I'm good. I'm not interested in those winters. I'm good.
I
Richard.
was homeless during the 2 worst winters that we had up here in, I don't know, over 20 years. And that sort of soured me on winter,
Right.
period.
well,
I mean-
people were hissing at me because, like last January, I kept commenting on how little snow we were getting. That we had only had about a foot when we should have had 3 feet. And people were getting mad at me for mentioning it. But yeah, guess what? Come July and August, we're in a terrible drought. Because if we don't get 3 feet of snow to melt in the spring, the aquifers don't get refilled.
Yep. And hello, Richard, and hello, Chaos. Yay, yay, yay.
Hello, Kevin, and hello, brother. How are you today?
Missed you. Just thought I'd jump in and say nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I missed you too. Yeah.
I don't know, though. B, I shudder when I think that there are more where you came from.
There's a bunch of us.
There's a bunch of us, but not
Oh,
all of us are Okay, so if you take the part of Richard and I that we have in common, obviously not the religious stuff, right? But the rest of it, we have a lot in common. That part of us is like predominant through our family. So we all have these different points of view and thoughts, but we're all like those. I care about my fellow man. I want good for other people. I'm not gonna do all these things wrong. We're just not those kind of people. So I don't know if you want to call it a good upbringing and we passed it on, or if you want to call it just fucking good genes, but I'm not bitching. So
It's good enough. I mean, any sibling of B's can't be all that bad, right?
Yeah, if you did a Venn diagram of me with all my siblings, I'm not even sure anymore if my oldest brother and I would touch.
Oh, Lord. I've heard you talk about your brother, yeah.
Oh, did you hear the latest?
Hmm.
His birthday wish list included DVDs by Ray Comfort.
Oh, Lord.
Wow, why?
Because
I'm sorry.
that's the religious path that he has taken over the last couple of decades.
Has he heard
I'm
of
sorry,
an
Burps.
appeal to emotion fallacy? Has he heard of that?
Yeah, logic doesn't work real well with him.
Okay, never mind.
okay then. It's lovely.
Good old Ray hits every fallacy in the book. Oh, he's blocked me already. I don't like him, and he knows it because I've taken after him more than once.
You guys
Yeah.
go ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to take the trans news. I mean, I told him, about 30 years ago when I got into the pagan stuff, I told him about that. And yeah, anytime it came up again, he always acted shocked like he didn't know anything about it. So I'd never actually gotten around to mentioning, that I'd become atheist, except with the idea of that it would be kind of fun to tell him, well, I've got good news and bad news. The good news, I'm not pagan anymore.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, man.
Purple, if you don't mind, and please feel free to reject answering anything I ask of you.
Oh, no, I'm open about everything. Don't worry about it.
I think so much, but I never know. So I don't want to assume anything. Was your brother raised in a religious family from birth, or is this something came later, or?
Well, yeah, we're all full siblings. We were all raised in the same house.
Mhm.
Part of the difference is that he did wind up going to the Catholic school for the first couple of years. But then by the time we got up to there being 4 kids in the family, my parents couldn't afford that anymore. So, I was in the public school from kindergarten. So I think that's, pretty much the biggest difference in our upbringing. That he got like 6 years of indoctrination in the Catholic church school.
Yeah, and that's not fun at all. My memories
Yeah.
of the Catholic school system. I don't know how I survived,
But somehow he wound up going down an even more radical path to the point that, he left the Catholic Church. He also was part of the Methodist Church for a while. And actually to the point of, I remember him telling the preacher in the Methodist Church at one point that he thought some things in his sermon were inappropriate. So it's like, yeah, I don't know how he got so much more radicalized as far as the religion went.
I don't know.
So
That
they're
even the
all too
Catholics or
soft
the
for him?
Methodists, weren't doing it right for him.
They're all too soft. They're all too liberal for him.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's a real zealot and extremist.
Yeah, and he got to be a real Second Amendment zealot to the point of one of his comments was that as long as the government has tanks, I have the right to have anti-tank missiles.
Moo.
What?
Uh-huh.
Where do we live? Afghanistan? The fuck?
Well, just his interpretation of the Second Amendment is that citizens should be able to protect themselves from the government going rogue.
Excuse me, is that a uterus flipping me the bird? Is that what that is, Kevin?
Yes, indeed.
Actually, I believe that's a fallopian tube actually flipping the bird.
Right.
Well, it's
right.
the total uterus, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
the
the whole.
uterus, and then and then the tubes and everything. Right?
What do you
Yeah,
call
Tube
the
is
complete
actually
structure?
flipping off.
How should I refer to the entire structure?
I think
believe
Dr.
it.
Ben has
It's
left.
a-
I think Dr. Ben has left this chat. You might want to ask.
I'm
some
late
other
asking.
time. I
I'm
don't
late
fucking
asking.
Mhm.
Upper
Yeah, I
Susan
don't
said
know if there's a-
reproductive bits. Yes, reproductive.
Yeah.
Upper
bits.
reproductive. How about that?
Thank you, Susan.
Why did she write something in the chat?
She wrote
But,
reproductive bits after you said that.
Reproductive bits.
Yeah,
Okay,
my-
so your brother's an extremist. At least in religiosity, I wouldn't even want to ask anything more than that. Purple, and you've just never been.
No.
You've just never been a religious person. Okay, I'm just trying to understand people's
Well,
brains.
No, actually, I was brought up in the Catholic Church, except I actually think it was my autism that kind of made the indoctrination not work well. Because when I was like 8, the priest pulled my mother aside and asked her to stop sending me to the children's Bible study because I kept asking questions that made the nuns uncomfortable.
Good for you.
Like
Good for- maybe
questioning the
you were
Bible
thinking.
questions.
Yeah, so,
Yes.
and I
exactly
did
what it
join
was.
the Methodist Church for a few years, but
About how old were you?
that was like when I was like 11 until I was 14. And
Okay,
the
wow.
Christmas when I was 14, my religious brother bought me my own Bible with my name on the cover and everything. So I figured, okay, if he's going to give me a Bible, I decided I was going to read it cover to cover, a couple chapters each night.
Oops.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what made me give up on anything related to the Bible at that point, because it's like I got into Leviticus and I was like, they can't expect me to be taking this seriously.
Of course, I would object and say that there is possibly a reading frame where
Yeah,
it's not what the Christians are saying that it is. And I would agree with you, however, good for anyone who left a religion because it doesn't make logical sense in actual reality. Good for them. And congratulations on being strong enough to not bend your logic to fit your feelings.
I have said that you have the most unique perspective on the Bible I've ever run across, and I'm willing to listen to more of what your interpretations of it are.
You're very kind.
I've heard parts of it from some of your streams with MathPig.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you for that.
The good thing about now versus then Purple is Richard has learned to, because he gets excited when he's talking about it and his brain's moving so fast, he'll go forward, and he's learned to pause and explain things. So it actually makes more sense the way he explains it now than it used to when he was with MathPig, because he was still kind of feeling that out, how to project what he truly meant. He was having some issues with that for a while. So he's changed a lot because he was like, I want people to understand what I'm saying. So I need to pick this apart a little more, and I need to.
Well, you guys gave me critique, and I took it seriously.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad you did, because you're conveying the information so much better now than what you used to, and it's more palatable and easier to understand, and you're more thorough in your little branch off explanation. So I think it's great now.
Well, when I say I've heard parts of it, I do mean that most of the time I was listening to it while I was working on projects, so I was not necessarily hearing everything you were saying either.
Fully
Well,
engaged,
you can't have gentle Jesus agreeing with the Old Testament where God just murders everybody.
Yeah.
That's inconsistent. Okay, so something's wrong there. So either they're wrong about Jesus and he's actually just like, I don't know, schizophrenic or something, or they're wrong about how to read the Old Testament. But it's got to be one of those two at least. There could be more options.
Well, and that was another part of my influence. Was one of my other brothers was pretty much the Jesus freak 70s coffee house thing.
Okay.
And that was attitudes I could have fit in with much more. I mean, I think that if I had been born a bit earlier, I probably would have fit in well as being a beatnik pacifist in the 60s.
That's not a horrible. At least they're humanitarian, right?
Yep.
That's not so horrible. still just the same. I think it's based in a conception of the story that doesn't fit with reality. I mean, even if you take like the Jefferson Bible and you throw away the miracles, it still doesn't really work in reality when you still keep the Christian reading frame.
Mm.
Well, none of it works for me with the typical Christian reading frame.
Oh, me either, actually.
Well, also, I don't know. I've mentioned this before. I don't know, Richard, if you've heard it, but the other thing that kind of, throughout the whole Bible for me is we were a minority family, being Catholic in a neighborhood that was like 85% Jewish. So when I tried to read the Bible, 4 out of 5 people I discussed it with had read it in Hebrew.
Okay, well,
so they were pointing out all the
better off.
translation errors.
Yeah, well, I would agree with those Hebrew-speaking people. If I say to you Noah or Noach, right? But you don't speak Hebrew. To you, it's a name. To a natural Hebrew-speaking person, it's the giver of rest. That's two very different things. It's not. It's like saying the giver of rest or Fred. The English-speaking person hears Fred.
And the biggest thing I got from the people who had read it in Hebrew was that pretty much saying anywhere you see something that they're interpreting as a literal number is probably a mistranslation, because in the Hebrew there were no numbers involved. So like when they talk about Noah being 600 years old, no, that was not a quantity at all.
Right. It's actually gematria, and it's fulfillment of the story. It's talking about the aspects of his life and why they're important. It's not talking about his actual chronological age at all.
That's awesome, Purple. That's awesome.
Another interpretation I heard, and I'm not sure where this one came from, but just as far as the ages in the Bible and the people living for hundreds of years, was that they weren't counting years, they were counting moon cycles. So that if you go and divide those ages by 13, if there being 13 moon cycles in a year, you get things that work out to be about the normal ages.
That is workable. That is workable. I'm not certain that's true. When again, if you make those not numbers but into meanings, it perfectly at 46.15 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 600 divided by 13.
I'm not sure where that, what the source of that was, but I remember trying that, and it's like, that meant most of these people were 30 or 40 years old.
Sure.
So if somebody only lived to be 200, if they only lived to be 200, then they were only 15 years old when they died.
Yeah.
Which could happen.
Well, especially at the time that there probably weren't many people who lived past 40.
When those numbers also mean things like sanctified of God. There's one number in the Bible that the King James, they only wrote half of because they couldn't make sense of it in the English thought process. The number is 103, 18, 11. And 100 is a singular idea. It's not the number 100. It's its own thing. So there's no mistaking that the number is 103, 18, 11. But you can't make that into English because it's 100 and it should have been over 1,000. Should have been 10,000 something, right? Or 100,000 something. Okay, so it doesn't make sense. So they left part of it. Sorry, go ahead.
That was also a thing with the translations from Hebrew, that the Hebrew numbering system didn't have the concept of zero. There was no placeholder for an empty category or an empty column in the numbers.
Also true. That's a later that was the Islamic people actually came up with the number zero.
That was something that we didn't have until we adopted the Arabic numbers in the Middle Ages.
Arabic, that's the word. Thank you. Okay, so the number 103, 18, 11 actually turns out to be something like selected and blessed by God to suffer and then be elevated. That's what it turns into. Now that makes sense in the story, whereas the number can't. But for the King James, they left the number, which makes no sense, and left parts off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I agree with your Jewish friends. Not that I should be proud of myself and like that, but when I read it, that's what I'm reading is what they're talking about.
I do have more respect for the Jewish people because they actually encourage everyone to read the Bible and come to their own interpretations of it. And they're expected to be able to go into the synagogue and defend their interpretation, even if they disagree with the rabbi.
Yeah, well, it's more open to discussion. They don't consider themselves all that proud, or at least in a lot of the tradition, they don't. I can't speak for all of it.
Yeah, so they don't really
Same.
have that kind of concept of this being like the absolute word of God, that everyone's going to interpret it differently.
Yeah, I don't think that. Well, there's not honest discussion, open discussion, even amongst Christians who think. I came up with I see what you think of this definition of a heretic. It's the guy you sat beside of in a singular church for 20 years and then talked to for too long.
Yeah, that works.
That's about it, right?
I approve, sir. I
Yep.
approve.
Thank you. That's accurate
Amazing.
definition of
That is
heretic.
definitely accurate.
Because you're going to disagree. If you just talk about it enough, you're going to disagree within Christianity
Of course.
because they'd like to claim things like they're coherent, they're all Bible, they're all these. They're not. They're really not.
Well, and I mean, you have that with any kind of writing. I mean, that's how we get the fan wars of people, interpreting the Marvel comic universe movies differently.
Sure. But I think that's designed to be that way. And a person might even think that, ancient historical religious texts are designed to be that way. It's designed to be just vague enough that you could think whatever you want and then exercise your bias so you can approve of something you wouldn't otherwise approve of. And there might be some truth in that. But only if I cherry pick the text and don't read too much of it.
Well, I mean, the Bible does come from different sources. And I've always thought that a lot of that was that, it's whenever they tried to merge a couple of tribes together, then they have to come up with some rationalization of, we were all talking about the same God. We're just calling him by different names.
It's certainly a way to make peace and prosperity within merging people. I have to agree with you there.
Especially when you're trying to merge with the tribe that you've been at war at for a couple of years, because some other big bad has shown up who's going to wipe you both out if you don't join forces.
Politics makes for strange bedfellows. Yeah, absolutely.
Facts.
I'm not necessarily agreeing. I mean, I agree with you in principle of the idea, but I'm not certain I'm ready to agree with you in actuality of the historic events.
Yeah, I can't say I've got a lot historically to base that on. It's just the way people generally function.
Well, I mean, it's an excellent human nature observation. I would never deny that. But I'm not convinced that that's the way it went. If I simultaneously make the observation that you made, but then I put on top of it that it was adopted from more ancient societies and just customized for the people it was given to, then I have to simultaneously say that the baseline ideas are older than that given religion, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
And certainly with the discussions of the flood story and that, there's a lot of that you can see things that have been, borrowed from earlier mythologies.
I'm going to go further than that and say it's only borrowing from older mythologies, and there are on different parts of the earth singular mythologies that all of it stem from. I'm going to take it all the way because I don't have Christian pride. That doesn't hurt my feelers at all. In fact, I think the argument to say all of them can't be right, and you got lucky and picked the right one, is taking advantage of a person's tribalism and personal pride to make that argument. Because, in fact, if they just accept it's older than their religion, then that's not an argument. And it's obviously older than their particular religion. I mean, what do you have to go back to? Maybe the Celts, the Druids? I don't even know how far back. Astrology? That's probably one of the oldest ones, right?
Yeah. Well, and also, to some degree, what's that saying that there's what, like only, only 8 stories in the human experience, and we keep telling them all over.
That may be true.
You
It's
know,
at
and
least it at least has a point, even if it's not factual.
yeah. Well, I think that a similar thing, though, just goes for societies in general, that, societies go through certain stages of development and are, going to come away from it with a lot of basically the same stories.
Sure.
I mean,
now you're
every
talking about human
agricultural
nature.
society is going to have a great flood story because agriculture always starts on a floodplain. So there's going to be a story about that once in 100-year storm that flooded the entire village.
Here's where the Christian argument would fail for that, and the Christians don't take it. They don't recognize it. If you write a letter and you qualify a phrase as meaning a certain thing, and then I'm reading your letter and I find this qualifier, an actual definition for the phrase, and then I don't go back and apply that definition wherever I can, then I'm not accepting what you said about yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I follow you.
Okay. So if the Bible gives a definition for the word waters, and it does, and the word sword, and it does, and the word altar, and it does, and the word stone, and it does, and those are the only 4 definitions given in the text whatsoever for any words, and I don't follow those definitions, I'm basically dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, Christians do that. They don't follow the definition given. Because the word flood is qualified as a large group of people. The word waters and flood, the deluge of waters, is qualified as a really large group of people. Now, would a large group of people like today's population be able to destroy the planet? Have you heard of global warming?
Yeah.
Have they covered the mountains? Have you heard of the space program? Have they found a way to communicate with all of each other through most of the developed world? And now they are of one mind, built things to work together in order to accomplish things like the space program. Have you heard of the internet?
I would say we're doing that right now.
Yeah.
Do religious people elevate religious stories? Well, yes, they do. So since they do that, they definitely elevate the ark over top of the waters. No doubt. Like the Bible story is more important than you as a human being. So all of it is factually showable if you just take the definition given.
I didn't know that's where you're going with that, Commander 401. I don't know anything about Daniel or chapter 7, verse 8. So I don't know. I didn't realize that you meant, but
It's wordplay.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
It's wordplay. Like if you said it in English, it would come out Karen.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So if I don't accept the definitions that you give me for the phrases you're using, I'm dishonest. And then the Christians don't accept the definitions given because of their traditional presuppositional and dogmatic view, which means they'd rather accept tradition than what the book says about itself. What do you think of that, Purple?
Yeah.
Well, with that last little bit, you've just described the Catholics to a T. They're all about tradition. Yeah.
Sure. No, you're absolutely right. It's disgusting.
I'm an ex-Catholic, by the way, so that's
we're
where I'm
almost
coming
all
from.
recovering Catholics here. Yes.
Congratulations, crazy cat lady, if that's your name this week.
I'm Diana.
Diana.
What can I tell you?
I know.
Okay.
It was more fun the other way, though. Yeah, recovered
yeah.
Catholic. Congratulations again for leaving something that you could not make sense of and did not agree with the rest of your world. Congratulations.
What I like to say is the slimy bastards raised my sister and me Roman Catholic. She found Jesus. I found Carl Sagan.
Right.
My sister became a screaming Pentecostal. Oh, God, she was so annoying.
Yeah.
Wow.
We have one sibling who remained mostly religious.
Okay.
Yeah. Although she's a sweetheart, no doubt.
Bruce is right behind her on that, but he's not to the point. And she's calmed down a lot. She used to be way more extreme than what she is now.
I'm glad to know that.
Like we get into a conversation where there's a reason to be angry at somebody, like this happened, and she'll go, "Are you kidding me? That's bullshit." And I'm like,
good for her.
so she vocalizes it now. She doesn't do it in front of Phil or anything, but if her and I are talking and nobody's around her, she'll cuss. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I put her to the long-term test. I left an English copy of the Quran with her.
Did you? Oh fuck.
And now I'm going to ask for it.
Oh,
That
there
was
you
in
go.
2013 I left it there.
I wonder if she's ever read it.
Be interesting.
That would be
wouldn't it?
fun.
What do you say about the? First of all, Commander 41 said if the original text, blah blah blah, is pronounced Karen, that it's in Aramaic or whatever, but in English, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the right
Rock
idea.
said, I read somewhere the story of Jesus' birth was actually wrote by the Greek writer Celsu or whatever.
Possibly, it could be a
what
hard
do you
case
say,
now.
sir? Okay.
These stories. Look, if you look at the story of Hercules, he's half man, half god. At the high point of his life, he battles a 7-headed monster, the Hydra. The Hydra swallows his sword and then swallows him, but he uses his sword to cut himself out of the stomach of the Hydra, thus killing the Hydra.
Right.
This is exactly in the book of Revelation where the beast of Satan has 7 heads, 10 horns. It kills the hero of the story, and he's dead, and everybody's sure of it, but ta-da, out of nowhere recovers. It's exactly the same story. Now, it's got slightly not very different, but slightly different imagery when you have the book of Revelation opening with a sword coming out of the mouth of the hero, which is the truth. He speaks that, I'm not kidding you. You can find all of this. So it's not even like twice removed. It's maybe 0.5 removed. But you'll find this story everywhere. Go read the Epic of Gilgamesh. You're going to find a half god, half man, etc., etc., etc. So it's only their pride and tribalism within their own religious sect that their own bias has affirmed. It's not objective whatsoever. They don't have the right religion. They have a religion they like that makes them think that it is something new and true that wasn't always true. But let's take 2 aspects of the story, the description of the hero from the Bible. He is both a hunter, right, and a swordsman. They refer to him both ways. And in his birth, he sacrifices a bull. Dude, that's Orion. That's Orion right there in the plain as day.
Really is.
That's how old this story is, okay? So Orion slaughters the bull he's an archer, but he's got a sword. It's the same story. And where does it begin?
Wow.
That's the part I can't figure out.
And there's Jim over here with Jonah and Jonas.
Jim with Jonah and Jonas. I don't get it.
Jim Hall. We just
And those are the names of...
We just did the series on Jonah and Jonas on Atheist Edge.
Okay, cool.
That's
cool.
That's the voiceover.
I have to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
I have to go back and watch it. That's going to be awesome.
It's 4 or 5 segments, and they're only like, I think it's 4 segments, and they're only like 8 minutes, 10 minutes each.
Look, where waters means a huge group of people. To be submerged in water means to be born onto an earth. Like it or not, you're being baptized. That's what baptism means. To have a storm on the water or a tumult on the sea means that the people are upset. To walk on the water means a leader of the people. To speak with the voice of many waters means to speak for the people. It's not about Jesus gargling Listerine while he talks. That's not it.
Yeah, I can certainly see, how all those phrases fit together. It's consistent.
Really neatly, and it is very, very consistent. In everything the waters does, in every how the water acts, in its limitations. You know how far we've gotten into human beings into space? Do you know how far?
human beings into space only as far as the moon.
Right. So this is considered near space or low space and low orbit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So in the text it reads, "O proud waters, thou shalt go to the shore and no further." That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like lapping off of the edge of the planet, but not really getting anywhere.
Well, I mean, you could even say that to the edge of our solar system, that
wouldn't be
it takes light a
unfair.
matter of hours to get to the edge of the solar system. And once you're past those couple of hours, it takes years to get to anything else.
Right. So we're very trapped, actually. We can't get to the next nearest star.
Oh, right. Because that's what 4.5 light years out.
So
And,
we send little tiny waves up onto the shore, but they just roll back down into the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because we haven't got proper shielding that we can really get out there.
Well, that's why we haven't been to Mars yet, because of the
I know.
radiation problem. Yeah.
It is a big problem. Our bodies can't handle that.
Nope.
Yeah.
And I could just go on and on and on about waters and why it's true. And I mean true in the actuality if you just accept the definition given. It gets kind of mundane, actually.
Well, I had another thing, if you give me a minute here, that, again, not based on anything, this is just something I thought out myself, is that, the Christians who claim that the Bible is the Word of God.
Mm-hmm.
But if you consider that, the Bible has caused more argument, it condones slavery and rape, and has caused more wars and murders than anything else in human history.
Mm-hmm.
Does this sound like the work of an all-powerful, benevolent God? Or does this sound like the work of the ultimate trickster God? Doesn't it sound more like Satan is the one who wrote the Bible?
That's a really good
discontent
question.
Among men?
No, that is absolutely a lovely observation, and I applaud you, actually. I applaud you. Okay. Now, I'd like to present the opposite argument to that, and you don't even have to comment right now. Is it even possible in reality that it could be the work of more intelligent beings, and that's the definition of the act of God, not some quad omni blah 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 blah. That's never described. But intelligent beings able to act on reality. If it is their work telling the truth, what better way to defeat it than give those readers of it really bad contextual ideas? Because I'll show you something. Let's take, for instance, slavery. In the text where it describes the limitations of slavery, you'll find some pretty darned weird laws. Like sometimes in the 7th year, the year of Jubilee, the year of forgiveness, a slave who is not, as long as they're not homeborn, check that out. They can leave their slave master, the word master right there, and go back to their father, the word father right there. Now, if you look up the meanings of master and father, it is absolutely demanded definitionally that master means the sovereign, not a sovereign, not some sovereign, and there's nothing sovereign about being a slaveholder. But the word master there means the sovereign. Through the rest of the Bible, the sovereign refers to the hero of the story. Now it makes perfect sense that they could return to the Father, which can mean his father. Because the question is, which part of the Bible saved them, Old or New Testament? And that's going to declare what they enjoy in the afterlife. Because they have a choice as to what convinced them, and they would tell the truth about such a thing. But there's even qualifiers like, if you have a homeborn, that means Old Testament subscriber, right? A natural born Jew. and you have a not homeborn that's taken by war, that's taken by whatever, who's adopted in as a slave, but they fall in love and have kids with during 7 years, this 7-year cycle. This homeborn, then they can declare by piercing their ear, which is not literal. It's just outward sign that means I declare that I want to be with this woman, even though I believed in the New Testament first. I'm going to claim Old Testament instead so I can be with her. That's a bunch of freedom for a slave, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So the word slave contextually throughout the work means a believer. Every time.
So
if
it's
you
just somebody who
take the
believes,
definition given,
not someone
yeah.
that's abused.
No, it has nothing to do with indentured servitude of any kind, whether it's forced or financially necessary. It has nothing to do with it. This is why you'll find people making a poor argument saying, well, this king called himself a slave and Jesus called himself a slave. Well, they're right, but they're not really applying the full definition to all of the work. And if they did, they would see that it's not about indentured servitude whatsoever, but it's about Old and New Testament saving.
Yeah, you go on FetLife, you can find a couple hundred people who call themselves slaves. I doubt that that's the same meaning that it had in the 1850s.
That might be a little different.
Not the same thing. I don't think so.
It's cute though. No, but you see what I'm saying? If you don't take the definitions and context given, you end up with really weird things and strange arguments that don't make any sense, to which anyone who leaves it, I would applaud.
I mean, like I told you before, it never made sense to me, and what you say makes way more sense because the way and here's my biggest problem I have is I feel like most Christians or most religious type people are going along with what they're being told in temple or synagogue or church or whatever they are going to, and not really reading what's in front of them.
Well, you remember the movie The Breakfast Club, and at the end of the day, they're like, would you say hi to me in the hallway? You remember that?
Right. Yeah.
And some of them go, no, I wouldn't say hi to you. I don't care how much I love you right now. I would never, because I can't because of my friends.
Uh-huh.
Right.
They're doing the same thing. It's just Breakfast Club on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
Well, and the other problem with so many religious people is that they claim they're following the Bible, but so many of them have never read the Bible, and they only know the sections of it that their pastors have handpicked and recited from the pulpit.
Next time someone claims that to you, ask them to explain the 7 thunders and the pause in heaven for about a half an hour. And while they're at it, go ahead and explain the logical problem of the Trinity and why it's not a problem. Because I promise you they can't answer any of that.
Commander 401, though, the point is he's not saying that there was slavery like we did, we as a collective white people did to black people, or or what we've done to Native Americans or anything like that. He's saying that is not what the Bible is saying.
It's not the topic whatsoever. That's the problem. Is the Christians have adopted the idea that it is the topic about actual slavery. Some of it absolutely cannot, and is written as law and just as valid as all the rest of it. It cannot mean a slave. It absolutely cannot in context. Like what slave you ever heard of that can just leave after 6.5 years?
Well, part of the problem was that, in the 1800s, a lot of people were using the Bible, to say that, God did support slavery and that it was okay because the Christian God said it was okay.
So if I use Moby Dick to justify my killing of whales, is that the author's fault or is that my fault?
The person who interpreted it incorrectly.
Has nothing to do with the author.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's I don't think that helped the issue any.
No, it doesn't help. It makes it much worse.
Just, through the last 2,000 years, it's like everybody's been interpreting it differently to fit whatever their political agenda was at the time.
Of course. How do you get better than I get to claim God, a reward that I don't have to give you, I mean, George Carlin pointed this out, nuts and bolts. It's like the perfect scam. I can promise you all kinds of things, and I don't even have to deliver them.
Yeah.
You die before you get them. Well, good job. That's a good scam there, isn't it? Now, is that what the text actually reads? No. In fact, it's talking about what will be an exception in our experience, where people are medically replicated, gestationally carried by someone who's not their mother, and born again. That's what the text talks about, which is just genetic isolation and a viable ovum in a female who's willing to do it. That's not even complicated today. We've already done that with lots of animals on this planet. That's not even miraculous.
It's true.
That's
Back
true.
then,
Yes.
maybe, but not with today's technology.
Yeah, it's
Right.
been done with livestock.
Sure, absolutely. Prize cattle, favorite dogs, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. So that's not even amazing to reproduce a set of genetics. That's, I mean, almost predictable, really. And then I don't know. I could just keep going on like this forever. I feel like I'm hogging up all your time. You guys have such interesting and beautiful and humanitarian and often very sarcastic conversations that I really appreciate, you know. And I don't always have time to stop and say I appreciate each of you, not just for being friends to one of my favorite humans on the planet, but for being decent people in your own right. Truly.
I am very lucky to hang around with the people I hang around with.
That has everything to do with who you are and what you attract.
Well, then where's all the
that's a
hot
good-
sport chicks?
That's a good on you. You're not presenting that.
Oh, that's how you to present that. Okay.
You're
I'll
not
make sure to
presenting
flirt
that
with
that's what you want. If you were presenting
sure.
that's what you'd want, that's what you'd get. But
I'll
you
start-
actually seem
I'll
to be
start
honest and looking for good conversation. So, yeah, you got it.
Damn it. That sucks.
Any way you want, baby, that's the way you need it. Absolutely.
Good
All right,
night,
well, I'm gonna let
Von Rick.
myself off.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
say
take care,
anything,
honey.
or did Diane? Did you want to say anything about anything I'd said? I would listen, and if something I said didn't make sense or whatever.
Well, no, there was just the one thing I was thinking about, and what I'd like to know is, if it's possible to know it, when it came to be that Christians started viewing their Bible as a monolithic text. It's not. It simply is. It's 66 separate books. We know this just by reading them, but they claim that it is the monolithic word of their God. And they're using that as the basis of their claimed authority over others, which is no good as far as I'm concerned. Your religion is yours. It's not something you should look. But when did that happen? I don't know.
You mean like historically, or do you mean like the evolution of mankind, or how do you mean it?
I mean historically, when did folks start to see these books as one volume? But as we learned in Catholic school, they taught us that it told the story from beginning to end, from Genesis all the way through. Genesis was the beginning. Then you had the Gospels, which were Jesus saving us, and then Revelation, which was the way things were going to end up.
So
we know
your question is way beyond my wave cuffs, and I'm not a historian, but I would think it's something. I would think it's something around Constantine, actually.
Okay.
Well, I think it was probably, at what point did the Catholic Church go through and decide, which books were going to be included and which ones were going to be excluded?
That's another problem, yes.
Yeah, and even then, they might have said, okay, these are still, they might have said this is an anthology, not a single volume.
Sure.
But I think that was part of what the Catholic Church did when they were compiling it, was that their justification for excluding other books was that these weren't written by God.
That's the other one. I've had a few arguments. I've had some arguments with the self-described apologists from Catholic Answers, for example. I asked them, how do they know that their book contains the word of their God? And they keep going back to, well, it contains the word of the God because that's what it says inside. And
Yeah.
it's like, you can't do that.
Well, that's
Yeah,
like somewhere
that's
around
deeply
here.
flawed.
Yeah,
that-
somewhere
that
around
is
here, I
crazy.
have a copy of the Gospel according to Thomas. And just questions
that's a
about why
beautiful-
that one was excluded, and we got Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah.
Here's the only way I
Thomas is
can-
Beautiful.
There's only one way I know to answer that objection, that observation, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so first of all, if I don't have a continuous reading frame for a piece of literature, I can't understand it at all. This is part of the problem that Christians have in their reading of the Bible, no matter what sect they're in. Kind of doesn't matter. They don't have a continuous reading frame. In fact, if you read the King James, you'll notice about probably, there's an estimate, probably every 20th verse is a total topic change, and seems like, where the hell did that come from, out of left field somewhere, right? So you'll see that reading it, but that is because they translated it with presuppositions that require that contextual reading frame that is not there. If you drop the presuppositions, there is no reading frame change. If you just take the actual words and their epistemic, their etymological definition in depth, and you actually write those out, it's very slow rolling and extremely repetitive, and there's not sudden topic changes for no apparent reason. But as to the Gospel of Thomas and other things that may or may not, should or should not be included from the Bible, what I just did there was I gave you exact opposite terms in a series, and everyone here came to exactly the same conclusion. Now that's called context. You actually have no choice, even if I used exact opposite terms. I did not go to, stayed home from the hospital grocery store, where I took I walked, took my car 45 miles, 0 miles, to get a gallon of milk, a ton of coal for my children to eat, for me to throw away. You don't have a choice, even in opposite terms. You just have to go far enough to see what the context is. So that's the way that I read it. And if you don't read it with a continuous context, it says whatever the hell you want. So when I read the stories and I see something like Jesus was kept innocent for a certain time and is alerted of what he is about the time of his baptism, and the Holy Spirit from God declares, "This is mine, whom I am pleased in," etc. The whole scene there, and you know that scene, that he must have been innocent before that. Let's take the opposite. His parents know who they are. They know who he is. They wrap him in bubble tape. They force him into a closet. He doesn't get to date a girl or a boy or anything because he's the freaking son of God. And what are you going to do with that besides lose your ever-loving mind? So you can't have Jesus turning clay into living birds as a youth. You can't have that. It would ruin the whole thing. Okay. You can't murder your friend and bring him back to life when you're 9. That's not going to work out. Now you're a cosmic Dennis the Menace who has immense power with no learning and no responsibility. Good luck, Earth, because you're not probably going to make it.
It's true. It's true.
Okay. So that doesn't logically follow whatsoever. And I've reviewed some of what you're talking about, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, etc., like that. There's not a continuous storyline. It sticks out like a sore thumb, most of it.
Right. Absolutely.
It really is different. So I think those are works of men where prejudiced people wanted to confirm their godly view and their text. So they wrote additional stories to back it up, but it doesn't back it up. It actually will be found out as a lie eventually and completely discredited. Like any lie eventually gets exposed.
I mean, I really wish these guys would just accept the fact that this is not a monolithic text, because one of the things that would happen is their problem with the contradictions
Mhm.
would disappear, because there are the contradictions only if it's supposed to be one big piece of literature, which it is.
Well, let's
not.
talk about that for a second. Can I just call you D because I'm lazy?
Okay, sure.
So let's talk about that. Let's say that I wrote a story. I went down to Central Park and I saw someone riding a bicycle, and that someone riding the bicycle was a fat middle-aged white guy. Okay,
Okay.
and someone else writes a story and say, I was in Central Park. I saw someone riding a bicycle. It was a thin, attractive young man. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
why should I, and there's 4 different stories. Why should I think that's all talking about the same person in the same circumstances?
You really have no reason to.
In fact, I have every reason not to. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't have 2, 1, 0 angels at the sepulcher, can you?
Right. Absolutely.
You can't have Mary by herself, Mary with Mary Magdalene at the sepulcher at the same time, can you?
Right.
You can't have 2 different last words of Jesus. That's
Mhm.
impossible. And it gets worse. You can just keep going with that. Okay. So why should I think that is all one story?
You can't.
You can't.
It's not that you should, it's that you can't.
Let's accept
Now-
what we know. It's not the same story.
And
It's
when you
4
do that,
different events.
they lose their authority. That's the
Wait, how
problem.
does it lose its authority? It only loses its authority if it's not true in reality. See, what the
Okay.
Bible describes is a cycle of life that repeats on earths. So they tell the end of the story, and they tell 4 different ends to the story. This only says, I'm only telling you 4 of the times this occurred. I'm not going to tell you every time it ever occurred. That would be kind of useless and really boring.
Yeah, well, that too.
Okay, so and this ties back into the question that you printed up. I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just bad with names. I don't remember who wrote the inquiry about the Trinity, despite what Christians might have to say. Okay, in the book of Revelation, the one talking is identified as the hero Jesus Christ, and there it is, Tubian, if I'm saying that at all. But anyway. The one identified as talking to John the Revelator is Jesus Christ. Then he says he will give to one singular male who overcomes singular event, as I did singular male, and my Father singular male gave to me singular male. So the one in the middle is talking about 3 in a row, and he's in the middle of it. Now he's going to give as his Father gave. This is talking about a lineage. Is it limited to 3, which the Christians don't even talk about the 3rd one, although it's obviously there. Is it limited to 3? Well, no, it's not. There could be a grandpa. And I mean, by nature, let's think about it. There's a great grandpa too. And how far back does that go? And how far does it extend into the future?
Mhm.
Well, let me say this just real simply. There's promises to the general populace made in the text. You're not going to cry. You're going to live forever. You're going to be happy. You're going to love it. Trust me. But there's special promises to the hero of the story to be seated at the right hand of Father, to be given a new name, to be given a new pebble, a clean pebble. Peace and respect, Mikey. To be given a clean pebble, to be dressed in white, to be given a crown, to be given a throne at God's side. That's exactly the description of 24 elders. 24 already did this. Or if we say one of them belongs to us, 23 already did this. Okay? This is talking about a repetitive cycle of life. It's not talking about just the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. It's not. That's way too small.
Well, even when I was believing in the Bible, it always occurred to me that there were probably dozens of wandering preachers at that time. So
Oh, sure.
Jesus was more likely like a composite legend along the same lines as King Arthur or Robin Hood.
That would
Well,
make
memories-
sense, but Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, if memory serves me, Acts even mentions a couple of those wandering preachers.
Sure, of course.
At least two. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me address you directly, Purple. You said Jesus may have been a composite wandering preacher of the past. Robert M. Price, right there with you. Okay, but and he's world famous for his
I've
speak and his education. What's that?
I've read his The Amazing Colossal Apostle.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
really good story of Paul.
So there's good scholarship, and intelligent people would back you up in that argument. Here's what the Bible says about it. There's going to be one, and this one tells the truth about God, pisses off local government, both secular and religious, to the point they kill this. This is dead 3.5 days, raised from the dead, and for 40 continuous more days tells the truth about God. If you hurt this one, you get the express lane to hell. You know, the one with the diamond in the middle of it. So with all that in mind, could that be not a description of Jesus? Could it be anybody else?
Well, if you're going to, take it for the literal afterlife thing, yeah, then it pretty much has to be.
Okay, so in a Christian reading context, Jesus is the only one who tells the full truth about God, is killed by local authority, is dead 3.5 days, raised from the dead, 40 continuous days, tells the truth more about God. You heard him, you're toast. That's Jesus, right? You know, I took that only from the book of Revelation and the description of the two witnesses. See, Jesus looks like a composite that may or may not have existed in history because there's no evidence for the person existing in history because they don't yet exist. Which makes perfect sense. You shouldn't have evidence for things that haven't happened. That would make perfect sense. So what the story says about itself is it's a future event. Christians have assumed that when they got the book, it had just happened. That is nowhere in the book. So just because they're using local events and actual people to tell a story doesn't change the fact that the story is prophetic.
Yeah, dudes, one time I got so wasted, I passed out for 3 days and woke up in a tomb.
Woke up in a tomb.
Motherfuckers, they don't even know what good shit is, man.
Oh, my word. Yeah.
Let me give you a phone
Purple, I
number.
love you.
Let me give you a phone number. What a bad trip.
What a bad trip, man.
I mean, it's just assumption upon assumption based in religion, doctrine, and historical viewpoint. That's what they're doing, Purple. And really, I mean, I compliment anyone who rejects that because it doesn't actually work in reality. I really do. I respect that. I didn't leave the church for that reason. I left for emotional reasons. Those are harder to justify. And really, I didn't have a good logical reason for leaving, And then within my own biases, I was able to maintain that separation for 30 years, almost exactly, actually 30 years. And I can't really justify that either. But I know from the point of view of, events that are embarrassing, that I know for sure I didn't want to leave it. And then by perception of other people around me, return to it because that looks double stupid, That was about the last thing I wanted, I promise you. So I don't take any of this lightly. I think it's an extremely serious matter that takes big consideration. And I find more people in the atheistic community able to freely think and be skeptical and really consider these things since they're not emotionally attached to it. I actually have better conversation about the Bible with atheists.
It's true.
I could see that, yes.
I follow you around a lot, and I can agree with that. With most of the theists, it ends up being an argument.
Sure. And I mean, people I love, but they cannot hear it. They can't.
Well, it's just like I was saying earlier. You have got to, because Holy Spackle and I were talking about it, and I said, you've got to literally open your brain and wipe prejudice aside and all the shit that you've heard in the past and just listen. And it is so fucking hard to learn to do that. And once you learn to do that, it will blow your fucking mind what you're saying, because it does. I mean, you saw it happen to me. I was like, oh my God, I get it.
Yeah,
All
most
of a sudden,
theists are just set on defending their particular interpretation.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
they're
so they're
emotionally
not really.
invested.
Yeah,
They are. That's half their life. That's most of their crutch.
yeah. So
they're
they're not
totally
really
emotionally
open to
invested in that.
hearing what anyone else has to say about it. They're not interested in possibly altering their opinions at all.
But
Same
B,
Ox.
thank
I've
you
also
so much.
sat in a lot of his
I'm gonna
streams
kick
and not said
myself off.
anything. All right, brother. I
I'm gonna
love you.
but it was a blast, and Diane and Purple, thank you so much.
Lovely
And thank
talking
you
to
for
you.
your
sir.
honesty.
Yeah.
Thank you for your honesty. I really deeply appreciate that. I can't tell you, truly.
Well, thank you for yours, Richard. Definitely.
Good
You
night.
guys have a great night.
Love you,
Good night.
bro.
Take care.
Peace
Huh?
Love you too.
Oh my! You've got one hell of a brother there. I'll tell you.
And he thinks he's not intelligent.
No, sorry.
He's like,
sorry,
I don't
sorry.
know. He never went to college for anything. He learned shit in the military and did some schooling in the military for like sergeant shit, but he just graduated high
Intelligent.
school and went in the army and learned a whole bunch of shit and had nothing to do with anything that he's talking about now. And then he started reading the Bible and he's had revelations and shit has came to him. And I don't know, but he's
Well,
It's just-
intelligence and schooling are not synonymous. Definitely. Not.
oh no, it's true. But I
So-
tell him he's brilliant. He's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. I don't think if anybody else found the reading frame, or not anybody else, I don't think the typical person, if they found the reading frame he found, could have done what he has done with it. Like he is currently rewriting the Bible.
Oh my word.
He's
Okay.
he's rewriting the Bible in a almost like light calligraphy script kind of thing, like
Oh.
really nice and neat.
You mean
on
literally
real,
rewriting.
yeah, on real parchment paper, and he's translating it back to ancient Hebrew. And all the begats are just son and daughter, son and daughter, son and daughter, on son and daughter. That's what they all mean. Son and daughter. Son. Son means something like somebody who can stabilize a home, and the wife means someone to who can be more. The daughter means someone who can like create children, create life for that family. And all of it is just all the begats are a bunch of sons and daughters.
Yeah.
He just got done writing that part, and I read it, and I was like, holy shit, these are all just having babies, female and male. He's like, yeah, that's what the whole fucking thing means. It's all
Well, yeah,
it's a
that's
bunch of
basically
begat,
all the
begat son,
begats
begat
were-
daughter, begat son, begat
Yeah.
daughter.
It was all
Yeah.
to trace family lineages so that the current king could prove that he had a right to the crown.
No, he's
Mhm.
saying the names that they use. I think it's either the name. Well, maybe it's in the context of the names. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna shut up there. I can't remember. But anyways, it's just interesting. He's writing it like on big parchment where you have to fold it to read it. Like he's making an actual book.
What,
you know.
like a Mad Fold In, if you remember those? Purple.
Kind of.
Purple,
Kind
what I'm
of.
saying.
But in the old fashioned, yeah, how the way they used to like fold the text, and when the people that didn't have scrolls and they would fold them into those big binder things, that's what he's doing. So you look at one sheet and it says like 15 and 20, and then 22's over here or something. It's pretty interesting. But anyways, yeah, so he's rewriting it back into the ancient Hebrew actual meaning of the word that the Hebrews used, and then the English word for that. And it reads nothing alike. I read like 8 pages, reads nothing like the original, like the Bible that everybody has. It's not even fucking close. Not even close. That's all I'm going to say. Anyways, yeah, I think he's brilliant too, being he's explained biblical things that seemed like nonsense to me in a way that makes it seem logical. And I mean, yes, I agree with you. He actually, and like I've told him many times, I'm not a believer now, but what he says is different and it is more logical and it makes a lot more sense. And it makes more sense for what you would think the Bible should be and the God should be. Like we say all the time, well, how the hell can you worship a God that kills babies? Right. But in the Bible, that's not what it's saying, because it's interpreted incorrectly. So it's a whole different ball of wax.
Well, the problem was
he said it's going to be real quick. It's going to be a Byzantine style physical book as well, but is on the cloud. I heard that brilliant crap. Love you anyway. Yeah, I love you too, brother. Get out of my chat, you bastard. You're not supposed to be around when I'm complimenting you. Go away. No, I'm kidding. Have a good night. So anyways, go ahead, Purple. What were you going to say before we
Well, the
jump out of here?
problem is that the Bible was a first draft, and God was such a diva, he couldn't get an editor to work with him.
There you are.
No, it's got to be perfect. Oh, anyways. Yeah. Anyways, it is interesting. And he's also, for anybody that's interested in it further, he's actually going back through and reading it right now. And he does it like 1 or 2 nights a week, if you want to watch for that. He does it with, whoever's in the audience, and he just reads it. And this is in ancient Hebrew, and this is what it means. And it's usually pretty fucking obvious because it says it instead of us trying to interpret words that have been bastardized 10 times. So it definitely makes it more interesting. So, all right.
Yeah,
Well-
it's been like 30 years since I read the Bible, so I've thought of going back and, trying to read it again, but there is just so much incredibly boring shit to trudge through.
Isn't
Well,
there,
what you
though?
should do is beg Richard a copy of his cloud.
Yeah.
So you can read it a different way.
Yeah, well, I'm dyslexic, so reading is a slow chore for me at any rate.
What was
Well,
a
maybe
lot of-
maybe eventually, if my brother begs me hard enough, I'll do a voiceover and read it all for him.
Oh, yay.
Actually, he could do it himself. He doesn't need me to do that. He's got a good voice.
I don't know if they're still doing it. I know they ran into some problems when a new job came up. A junk shop was reading the Bible, page by page, and that
Yeah.
was really freaking interesting because.
Junk Shop's gotten back to reading the Bible again.
Oh, okay, great. So I'll have to remember to try to.
They just
get
started
back
doing
in
it
there.
again. They just started doing it again this past week.
Picked up where? Do you remember where they?
I don't. Not really interested in the Bible. I do it more for the jokes and people in the chat because I know he's just going to pick on. They're just going to pick on it.
Oh yeah, I mean, oh god, the way
I
they
don't
would,
remember.
Okay.
I
The
don't
way they
remember.
read, for example, Ezekiel was a blast, making fun of it all the way through. I'm just going to have to go to the channel and see and get back
You guys will
over
just
there.
have to look up Junk Shop's channel and go back over. Yeah. So, and Julie came back around too. So they're both going to start streaming again. They've just been,
Yeah,
there's
she's
just
going to
been a
be
lot
doing
going
the
on at the
wine and
job.
raisin again.
Yeah, they had to move and blah blah blah. So they've been going through a lot, but they are they're back on again. So yeah, you guys definitely should watch for that. Also,
Tayo
Ox,
Parosto.
thanks for putting that my brother's YouTube channel, and I really appreciate you. Yes, Ox, smite me, baby, one more time. That is going to be that will be, you write that song. I will use it as a theme song.
Okay, and
Smite me, baby, one more time.
there is Junk Shop's channel. And I
Thank you,
don't know if
Purple.
this is something that got changed in my settings or if YouTube has changed something. But
What's
just well, lately when I go to somebody's channel to the homepage for the channel, it does not have the tabs anymore. So I can't find like the about page or their latest downloads or anything.
Huh. I don't
And
know. I just copy the thing, the URL or whatever off the web browser. I just copy that and put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay,
'Cause I
so
don't know.
from
Those tabs are different than they used to be.
Yeah, but this is like, I mean, now I couldn't even just draw up a list of what his most recent uploads were. So I couldn't even tell you, which book of the Bible he was on right now.
Oh,
I'm-
I see.
I'm over on Junk Shop's channel right now, and it appears that yesterday they streamed Amos.
Oh, Amos. Okay, yeah. Yes, it was Amos. That's correct. You're absolutely right. That's what they're working on now.
Okay, but Diana, when you do it, are you seeing the tabs for the different things there?
What, as in home videos, playlists, that
Yes.
sort of thing?
Yeah.
I am seeing it. Yes.
Okay, then something's just been messed up in my settings here.
Maybe.
I don't know. YouTube must not like you for some reason, because can't get anything to work with them, can you?
Well, it's like anything that I like, they tend to go and change after a couple of months.
Well, they change things just for the sake of changing them. Yes.
Okay, ladies, I'm gonna jump off here. We're gonna get off. Everybody got anything last thing they want to say? Anything they want to show?
Okay. Well, tomorrow I will be doing the open chat at 7 p.m. Eastern.
There you go, guys.
So at the very least, it should be Kate and me, and maybe we'll have Manda, maybe we'll have Tina. We'll see if they come
Yeah.
by, but it should be a whole bunch of fun anyway, even if it's just the two of us. Maybe Kate will fall asleep on channel again. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that was pretty funny though. I gotta admit.
He'd fall asleep on
I
you?
almost came in and talked to you guys, but I just wasn't. I was kind of in a funk when you were on, so
Okay.
I
Yeah,
wasn't really up for it.
Kate fell asleep on channel on Sunday when Randy and I were talking back and forth. Well, she hadn't had much sleep, so
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
blame her for.
She had only slept like
oh.
2 or 3 hours, and she laid down on the floor with the
Yep.
cat, and
Mhm.
then she was out, and that was it. Yes, JR, I actually prefer to use the Bible with paper mache. It's actually better as a craft project. It does not stand up well to large abuse or lots of water. Anyways, everybody on the panel, thank you so much for coming on. Everybody in the chat, I
Well,
love
thanks
and
for having
appreciate-
me.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Everybody in the chat, I love and appreciate everybody, and thank you for the support and coming back around and being my usual suspects and having good conversations with us. It's very much appreciated. So take care of yourselves, take care of one another, and have some peace in your life.